Section 13 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 11, Part 2. Our fan hushed as a magnificent individual entered, bowing ceremoniously. He gave his name, which we immediately forgot, when he stated he came to conduct us to Her Graciousness Alpha Centauri. God! I felt the hot flush rush to my head, then ebb away, and shuddered with sudden chill. Sheldon, ever alert for mischief, glanced my way sharply, then declared I turned the famous ashen hue. Though he could see no occasion for alarm, there were others, the fair Alpha might, and twirled his little old mustachios and leered. Sachs took my arm, murmuring encouragingly, while the splendid stranger smiled warmly, sympathetically, and not at all like a party who had burned all his passions centuries ago. We hurried down the columned hall, brilliant with reflecting lights gleaming from panel and dome. Low, sweet music greeted our ears, and judging by the hubbub, there were many people waiting to meet us. Through wide arched entrances we caught glimpses of a great banquet hall, whose mirrored walls reflected myriad hues flashing upon jewels of gorgeously attired guests. A dazzling scene of fabulous grandeur, alcoved with a background like a gigantic painting. A dimly lit miniature forest stretched wide beyond, restful, quieting, in rich green tints, and the refreshing splash of perfumed fountains cooled the air. We stepped within this radiant magnificence. At once conversation ceased, all eyes were focused upon us. But I, was oblivious to all things. My whole attention chained to the tall, statuesque form of a woman. Masses of jetty, rippling tresses reached the hem of her gown, and perched upon her head, yet fitting closely, revealing perfect outlines, was a cap of dull gold ornamented with slender spikes, a huge gem flashing in the center. She turned and quickly advanced. We bowed low before the majestic dignity of her bearing, and the face, divine, beautiful, darkly tinted, heavily browed, with deep, strange eyes, whose cold, meaningless, unresponsive stare flashed a dead chill to my heart. God, how common, matter-of-fact the world suddenly appeared! That one moment of terrible disappointment corrupted forever the divine imagery of my heaven. Oh, the folly of looking forward to realizing the crimson vividness of our imagination with hope. Dazzling white, ever circling mid the black dizziness of disappointment. Yet a life overlooked by these profound calamities is an existence of deepest damnation. But the phantom that roused an idyllic passion stood revealed, and the sombre chilling orbs were powerfully magnetic. Robed in clinking white, barbarously decked with blazing jewels, she repelled, yet fascinated, compelling the gaze. She greeted Sachs with a voice of music, low, sweet, each word distinct. I gasped with a sudden bound my heart gave, and clutched Sheldon as she smiled, then threw back her head with a light laugh. Something Sachs said amused her. The roseate, smiling phantom was realized, and ecstatically, passionately, with burning, delighted glances, I watched this regal, glorious woman, my first disappointment completely forgotten. "Easy, easy," Sheldon murmured. "Don't blame you, but easy, easy. He saluted deeply the radiant welcome she gave him, and I raised her hand to my lips, kissing it twice, thrice. It closed over mine, cold, firm. She watched my action calmly, gravely, passionless, and I, my ardor chilled, remained speechless with emotion. She was an imperfect woman, a rare blossom blighted before full bloom, hard, freezing as the terrible ice mountains I had crossed to meet her. Imperiously she bade me follow her. We were alone, my three friends having wisely strolled away. She led to the alcoved greenery, heavy with the sweet, powerful odor of wonderful exotic plants. Silently we wandered beneath tall palms and trees of thick foliage, whose branches housed gorgeously plumed shrill songsters. I plucked a deep crimson flower and attempted to place it in her hair. She stood quite still, but the task was beyond me. In exasperation, I crushed the blossom, then, stooping suddenly, pressed a kiss upon the lovely shoulder. She turned sharply. "What's the difference?" I cried passionately. "With my eyes, I kiss you constantly." "Pretty boy," she murmured musingly, "I have seen you before. I do not remember where." I cursed my lack of control as she led me into the glare of brilliant lights again and bade me be seated at a small table in full view of the fantastically garbed banqueteers. Sheldon was seated between two beautiful women, and all in his vicinity were convulsed with laughter. He was proving himself a wit even among these advanced people. Saunders was explaining something of vast importance. I could almost hear his nasal bilious tones, and dear old Sachs had the seat of honour. He had cleared a space in front of him, and with his forefinger was drawing marvellous circles and triangles upon the satiny damask, his every movement watched closely by eager, enthusiastic admirers. A brilliant scene, this banquet hall, with its crystal walls flashing blinding lights, and I, my senses drugged with the sensuous ether of this rich tropical idyll, served with strange delicacies and rare wines, basking in the intoxicating smiles of a glorious dream vision whose eyes were more potent than wine. Centauri, yes, a marvellous picture, a masterpiece of the fabulous, whose wonderful unreality was before me yet, I realized, and for all the splendor of rioting radiance and hilarious music, a heavy gloom overwhelmed me, a dull foreboding of the future, a glimpse of a great sorrow, a blighted life. The dark shadow of awakening obscured the vast, soft-tinted halo. My dream was not paradise, nor was the enchantress an angel. She and all her world were now aware why I crossed the frigid north, to pluck the fairest blossom from a garden of rare flowers. She conversed in low tones, her words few, just clever, tactful encouragement. She drew me out, rousing the best in me. The familiar conversational meaningless chatter had no place here. Alpha Centauri differed widely from the women of my world. I longed to tear from her face the stony mask that so marred its beauty. In my hopelessly enamoured state, I swore it was a mask, yet, beneath my searching ardent gaze, she calmly questioned. With astonishing eloquence, I described that portion of the globe from whence I hailed, which, divided into numerous nations, cordially hated each other with a hatred bred in the blood and concealed in the blatant roar of deadly patriotism, the terrible, unspeakable carnage of warfare. I dwelt long upon the beautiful, and art, and the great strides made in mechanism. I talked for hours, it seemed. I told her of my life, my great wealth, and many, many disappointments, and had reached the point in my career when the vision of herself had appeared. She was intensely interested, leaning dangerously near, while the expression of her deep eyes made me reckless. Passion mastered. I caught her hand and pressed my lips upon palm and wrist, while in broken tones I told of my love. "I worship you," I murmured huskily. "I love, adore you." She gazed perplexed, yet a reflection of my passion shone in her glance. A reflection only, then she smiled, faintly amused. "Love," she murmured. "What is love? A woman, a child, or a fancy? Once, centuries ago," she continued, "love ruled Centauri. Now knowledge reigns supreme, the master of the universe." "Without love, life is imperfect," I hastened to assure her. She looked puzzled, curious. "I do not understand," she muttered. "All know of love, but no one ever experienced it. Centuries ago, this dead science had many students. You must visit the museum, Virgilius. It contains many rare works of art. There are 3 gigantic sculptured forms that absorb the attention. 2 are particularly noticeable for crudeness, representing art in the primitive beautiful. They were discovered in the caves of the Oxtus, and have been traced back 5,000 years. Each represents love, one a woman of immense but perfect proportions, the other a winged child. The third is an enormous statue revealing the touch of genius, stationed near the others, possibly for contrast to prove the progress of art. Exquisite in perfection, every line and curve wrought by a master's hand, a man and woman smile upon each other out of shapeless stone. Her lovely head rests upon his massive shoulders, his arms clasp her perfect form closely. Art has progressed little since then, and now is rapidly approaching the abnormal. From these three monstrous carvings we judge, hence, love is a primitive desire, fancy, a cultivation of early civilization, and knowledge crowns all. I would know more of this powerful, forceful science that once controlled the world. She rose and moved slowly toward the dim interior of this leafy retreat, and sank upon a mossy bank near the refreshing coolness of perfumed waters. I flung myself at her feet. A huge instrument resembling a harp was wheeled towards her. It had 2 sets of golden wires in a casement of crystal. Her white hands strayed idly over the wires. The vision in the burning globe was before me. Then, under her powerful touch, a volume of music rang. Sweet, wild melody, and she who declared love a dead science portrayed upon her instrument all the emotions of the human heart. Deep tones of passion thrilled and trembled. The strident howl of rage, hatred, the laugh of envy, the wail of anguish, all rang out clearly beneath her inspired touch. I gazed at her in doubt and amusement. Perceiving my glance, she murmured, "Knowledge's tuition is... all emotions have their note of melody, rhythm." "You worship knowledge," I told her. "You can adore man." "I know nothing of your country," she replied, "yet in your far zone, centuries ago, there were customs that never could be re-established. You have progressed above them. This strange sentiment you uphold is not of the intellect. The children of Centauri are followers of the divine light, blessed with calmness, peace." "Love still rules Centauri. Your own words prove it," I exclaimed stubbornly. "Knowledge is bait. You people are greatly advanced, but in love the whole world is equal. Pride, ambition, seeks wisdom. We, upon our side, also bend the knee to elevation. The passion for fame, glory, is supreme. Love is the title for 1,000 emotions. Greed, wealth, position, and sacrificial crimes are committed hourly to obtain them. Then there is the much-vaunted maternal love, the most unreliable of all instincts. I have known the life of a daughter made miserable, the sweet freshness of youth blighted in cynical thoughts roused by a pretty, passé, selfish, knife-tongued mother. Maternal affection, bah! It ceases the moment individuality is attained, thrusting aside yokish, slavish control. Show me the human being who appreciates the monstrous favor of birth. Is the innocent responsible for creative desire? Yet, not till dissolution does result escape the harpy reminder. There is the soul-inspiring passion for the one woman, a grand affair of a few days, chiefly experienced in this metallic period by very young girls, very old men, and occasionally, for relaxation, a staid family man indulges. I could talk for months upon this theme. It could never be exhausted. But you, Centauri, I worship. Love as no man ever loved. I will be patient. Wait years, if in the end I can teach you to truthfully say, Virgilius, I love you. She gazed at me wonderingly. To experience this marvelous sensation, to master the art of love, I would study years. For all things I must know. Strange, she continued, this absorbing science should have become obsolete. Suddenly she leaned closer, her great eyes blazed, her face paled with intensity. "Of your journey across the pole," she whispered, "you must tell me minutely. The atmospheric influences, the state of the land, the great fiery geyser shooting up from the bowels of the earth. In the privacy of my rooms you will describe everything. I, Alpha, noted for her wisdom, would overpower the evils of nature. The benighted pivot regions shall become habitable. I will control the atmosphere. The laws of creation are desecrated by that monstrous icy waste. Earth is the vast estate of humanity, and the mystery richness of that world of frigid savageness was destined for progression to conquer. I shall realize the stupendous ambition of civilization. The reward? Immortality. Ah, immortality. She arose, erect in her superb pride, and the flow of language was magnificent in the lengthy scientific explanation she gave of how she intended to vanquish the sleeping North. I was not sufficiently familiar with the language to follow her clearly, but this I did understand. Were I not so desperately enamored, I certainly would have found her tedious. All intensely intellectual women are tedious. The idea of love is always more poignant than love, and I realized the task of teaching this strange creature the science of affection would be a heavy one. Softly, musingly, she continued her learned explanations. Science absorbed her. The exquisite flower face grew cold, hard, expressionless. My romantic imagination lingered around this beautiful, fascinating enigma, elusive, desirable, yet every word she uttered forced the realization of an infinite barrier of remoteness, a phantom ever. But we can ardently worship the moon, and my rapt gaze finally drew her attention. Slowly she passed her hand over her brow, then abruptly asked if I comprehended all she said. Every word, I replied gallantly. Then I must see you again, she told me. I sprang to my feet in alarm. Was it not your intention to see me again? I asked. I encounter new faces daily, she answered. They sail from my vision as the clouds overhead. You have interested me. I have mentioned the secret, my daring secret. From you I can learn much that is important. Yes, I must see you again. I am to teach you the lost science, I murmured, going close. You have not forgotten? She glanced vaguely, then suddenly, leaning toward me, laughed softly, while her whisper thrilled. Already I am learning the art of love. It begins with attraction, sympathy, ends with ennui. Should the student survive these three emotions, he has achieved the enthralling, submerging flame of desire. Each atom of humanity is a world in itself, a shell covering of volcanic emotions. Passion is the eruption, fierce, unwholesome, fleeting, leaving a wide swath of cinderous reflections, tossed by the violent current of zephyric reason, and gradually uplifted to the celestial heights of serenity, repose. Virgilius, we shall study together, for I must know all things. Do you understand? Yes, I think I do, I told her, and you have not to learn except experience. This I shall compel you to realize, thereby giving you a dim perception of heaven and hell. With half-closed eyes she smiled. We have talked hours, Virgilius, and said nothing. I can tarry with you no longer. On the morrow we shall meet again. I have been very happy, I whispered. Happy, she cried incredulously. Since creation, the Centaurians have been searching for happiness, and believe when all mysteries are solved, the chimera is theirs. My happiness is with you, Centauri, I cried passionately. I love you, I love you. She shook her head as though I was a spoiled child, then, with a sweet, insinuating smile, departed. Rapturously, I feasted my eyes upon her as she joined the guests. She, the radiant, dazzling centre of a bevy of bewitching beauties. I was consumed with ardent longings and flashed dangerous glances at her sereneness. But gay, exhilarating music, wafting in from the gardens, roused me from languorous meditations, and out of the dim, heavy-odoured retreat into the brilliant, chameleon-glinting hall, scintillating with mirth and wit. Bold, debonair, I joined the revellers. How exquisitely fair were the women of this strange land! I found Zax flushed with wine, haranguing learnedly and emphasizing his remarks with sweeping gestures. The subject was beyond my comprehension, but the intellectual circle about him were absorbed. Zax monopolized their attention entirely. He informed me before I left the group that he had made engagements, including the four of us, for the following day, and told me to advise the others of it. I strayed over to Sheldon, who was in his element, making others happy. He was the centre of a jovial set, and judging by the gaiety, was certainly amusing. I was too deeply in love to perceive the point of his jests, and out of my sphere sought Saunders, after learning, to my dismay, that Sheldon also had made engagements, including all of us, for the following day. Saunders, to my thinking, was the least interesting of the quartet. He had assumed his tilted speech-making manner, and was lecturing on the hazy, mystic beauties of the great planet Virgilius, to these people who knew more about the star than he did. I grew irritable, bored, and wrathily wondered if he, too, had arranged that we be taken somewhere on the morrow. Covertly I watched my inamorata, passive, calm of face, taller, darker, more beautiful than any woman in Centauri. Dare I approach such chilling loftiness? Yes, and subdue, overpower with the potency of my own passion. Alpha Centauri shall be mine. We were born for each other. Just a sweet woman of this earth, nothing more. Else could she create desire? Boldly I forced my way to her side, determined to sweep away the tantalizing indifference. I would command her thoughts then. Ah, how irrational are dreams! Before her calm, expressionless regard, my passion quelled. She was kind. Yes, a dead kindness, as with a few words and slight inclination this regal woman passed from the hall. I hastened after her. She lingered reluctantly beneath the lofty arch. "Rest well, Virgilius," she murmured sweetly. "In a few hours we meet again." I bent deeply before her, but glanced up quickly at the sound of a low laugh. She was gone. Her departure signalled the end of festivities, and after many salutations and best wishes, we four found ourselves alone in the vast hall, staring vaguely at each other. The lights grew dim, casting ghostly reflections in the mirrored spaciousness, and chilled with the deathly silence pervading this marvellous crystal palace, we hurried to our apartments, where several very sleepy individuals awaited us, whom we promptly dismissed. "Tomorrow we go through the museum," Sachs informed us. "Yes, and take in the city," echoed Sheldon. "And in the evening," cried Saunders excitedly, "we visit the observatory, situated upon a mountain somewhere. My acceptance is for all of us. I fancy this engagement the most important." "Are you at leisure to accompany us, Sally?" asked Sheldon insinuatingly. "Or do instructions begin at once?" "No occasion to stare," he replied to my look. "You have not been secretive. The women over here are all alike. When time hangs heavy, and my mind unoccupied, I am to teach a couple of sweet morsels, the art of love also, which it seems only the ancients knew anything about. Innocence, however, is a thorough accomplishment in this wonderful land of advancement. It will take centuries of progression before the charm of this trait is valued by the women of our world. Knowledge is the admitted great passion over here, the foundation of existence, and so on, and sought from cradle to grave, even then not abandoned. Hence the Centauri brain is ever active, verdant, and talked annui as love is a dead evil. Here a man is judged by deeds and what he knows, not by what he is worth. Wealth, the common, is thought of with indifference. Poverty has become obsolete. You see, I did not waste my time this evening, and, Sally, you have a powerful rival. You will lose, of course, that's what you came over here for, to experience a losing game, never having done so before. But look sharp. Ice-crusted volcanoes are risky toys. Notice anything peculiar about the remarkable Alpha? Certainly not. You are too much in love," he added hastily, not giving me time to reply. "She is different from all the women of this land. The first Centauri was an offshoot of the Potolili or Octrogona tribes. Mark that. She has coloured blood. I suspected it when I saw the old boy, but one glance at your divinity, and all doubts vanished." "She is the most beautiful woman in the world," I cried hotly. "She is ravishingly beautiful," he replied, "but no white woman looks quite as she does. She is superb, but take care, Sally. Should you tire, as you are up to, all men do, Centauri would be a dangerous place for us." He stretched and yawned, while I, too, full of emotion to retort, glared scornfully. He laughed good-humouredly as I hastened to my apartment. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 12, Part 1. The following day dawned clear, bright and hot. The heat irritated Sheldon and inspired orative propensities in Zax. Both were engaged in argument as I entered the room reserved for gossip. "They are certainly a cold-blooded, soulless race," agreed Zax to Sheldon's testy exclamation. "Fish." "The result of over-civilization," continued Zax with merciless deliberation. "They have reached the acme of that which we deem impossible, yet gaze upon in all its remarkable rarity. Perfection. And in the whole universe I see nothing so imperfect. Yet these people are sublimely satisfied with themselves. Their complacency and faith in their superiority is superb. I wouldn't be one of them. In their marvelous conceit, they have dared to penetrate and would crush nature's final repose. Their indefatigable search for knowledge is spurred by the belief that everlasting existence is accomplished in conquering all mysteries. Death to them is full realization. Having solved the problem of joy, they forfeited immortality. Earth is their paradise. They and their world beyond have reached perfection. There is nothing beyond." I hastened to change the subject. Zax's words filled me with horror as I thought of the beautiful girl whose supreme ambition was for immortality, which she expected to gain through deeds, not death. Knowledge would be the ruination of this grand race. Zax spoke the truth, but I would not believe, and accused him of hasty judgment and ever on the alert for effect. He shook his head, gravely reiterating his statements of the strange, repellent Centaurians, from whom he would learn all he could, considering them, from a scientific point of view, most interesting. He emphatically preferred the Potolilies and Octrogonus. I hurried to the gardens to avoid further discussions, but my friends soon joined me. We strolled beneath gigantic trees, enjoying their cool, quiet protection from the fierce sunlight. Strange flowers grew in profusion, flowers of massive beauty and sickening sweet fragrance. "Monstrosities, flowers, Centaurians," snapped Zax, still harping on the subject that made me realize the full meaning of despair. I passionately loved the beautiful Centaurian who ruled over this abnormal civilization, whose demise meant, bah, does Zax know any more about it than the rest of us? Impatiently I turned away, colliding with a huge bush glorious in bloom, whose exquisite flower of transparent whiteness petaled a star-shaped golden heart. Instantly the beautiful, heavy, fragrant clusters enslaved the senses with a strange, ecstatic glamour. The compelling personality of the siren I worshipped roused vivid, overpoweringly, crowding from my mind all obnoxious warnings. Impulsively I plucked the gorgeous witch flowers and, with fervent message, sent them to the fairest, most beautiful woman in all the world. The reply was brief, characteristic, despairing. Alpha Centauri was thankful I had rested well, which I hadn't mentioned, and trusted I would find the day full of enjoyment. She would receive me when I returned from the observatory. "Damn the observatory," I blurted out. "Another man, no fake," chirped Sheldon in his usual consoling manner. "A fine girl like that, of course, has admirers." "I don't believe it," I bawled. "Centaur is not interested in your beliefs," he retorted, "and, oh well, have it any way that's tickling. She's been waiting all her life for, you, dear boy." He snickered while I, with growing excitement, declared my intention of shirking the observatory. "Bravo, Sally, my suggestion exactly," Sheldon laughed. "The observatory will come later. It always does. Just one particular twinkler now. When that pales—" A number of gentlemen unexpectedly joined us. Apparently they had been waiting for us somewhere, and I was cheated out of my reply. Sheldon fairly shook his exasperating enjoyment as he maneuvered to prevent me getting any closer to him than a block. We were escorted to the museum, our way leading mostly through the vast gardens of the palace. From time to time, along the route, groups of gentlemen casually joined us until, As Sheldon elegantly expressed it, we ought to be tagged or the pound might take us for the lost tribe of Roman Jews and get rude. We strolled along in pairs and groups. I was told off to a set of pretty bubbling inconsequents, whose beauty, gracefulness, and astonishing interest displayed in Sheldon's witticisms impressed me rather favourably. I amused myself watching Sachs, as he cleverly jungled with the people he thought so little of, making them his friends, but finally, bored into deep meditation, completely forgot them all, even the beardless fashionables whom the Centaurians considered my class, who, uneasy at my absent-mindedness and congeniality, slyly slipped away one by one. Unnoticed, I escaped down a side path where a sea of pink bloom tempted me to wander in amazed admiration through a veritable forest of waxen lilies. But their roseate beauty, fragrance failed to lighten the gloom that now gripped desperately. For the first time in my life, I realized my own individual worth. Stripped of wealth, the ruling deity of my world, I stood revealed an ordinaire without talent or inspiration, a dissatisfied, nondescript, riling at fate, limited in the higher treasures of enlightenment before which this fair, radiant land of mighty ideals kneeled. Sachs, Sheldon, Saunders, and myself had battled with northern horrors to discover same evil world of sordidness, shoddily veneered, ranting victory over impulse, but coveting, struggling for the imaginary power of knowing all things. I had neglected to bring my one potent charm, and out of my sphere, bitter with disappointment, crazed with love-sickness, in a frenzy of desire, I vowed to possess the one woman who, from her pedestal of aloofness, roused such reverential awe. She who would solve all mysteries shall realize the joy, sorrow of savagery. Before the masterful emotion of possession, tumultuous ravings evaporated. My mind cleared, freshened as a midsummer's day after a cooling shower, and from a sweet, calm reverie I was suddenly roused by my own ringing laughter. After all, these marvellously enlightened people were not so different from us. The whole world avoids a man in love. I emerged from the forest of blush lilies. A wide waste of velvety lawn stretched far to the east, and nestling in a hollow of soft emerald, a long grotesque structure of ivory whiteness gleamed. It was the museum. The entrance stood wide, and I entered a lofty tiled hall and walls wondrously carved. Fabulous monstrosities leered from all sides. I stepped into a spacious room hung with hand-woven silks and rare tapestries of intricate design. Rich scarves of delicate raised beading represented scenes of a strange unknown period. There were peculiar wall ornaments in circular and diamond shapes, queer conical baskets varying in size from a thimble to a trunk woven from human hair, the various shades blending exquisitely in quaint patterns. There were curious pouches, chatelaines, and many dainty toilet articles made from the damask leather of pulped flowers, the odor after unknown centuries clinging pungently to the crushed blossoms. I strolled from one department to the other, crowded with priceless curios. It was impossible to view everything in a single day, but I did good work in the few hours I spent there, and during my stay in Centaur visited the museum many times. Most of the morning glided away as I lingered before great jewel cases containing superb gems. I marveled at the rare, beautiful settings and queer golden ornaments covered with weird inscriptions, great golden urns shaped like a bishop's mitre, and tongueless bells engraved with heathenish figures, and apart by itself was an enormous block of gold cut with minute carvings and hieroglyphic writings, with a monstrous ruby like a rosebud sunk in the centre. The tiny carvings represented vital epochs in the history of Centauri, and the great ruby heart would evaporate when Centauri ceased. The sentiment was very pretty. I curiously examined numerous trays of beads. Their glaring colors blended gorgeously in barbaric settings. These articles were treasured because worn by the first Centauris and for centuries had ceased to be manufactured. The few remaining strings in Saxe's collection were vastly superior in make, and no doubt, in many eloquent speeches, he would be requested to donate them to the museum. I wandered into a great long picture gallery. The walls hung with rare old paintings. These people had their old masters also. For over an hour I remained before a huge painting. It seemed one could enter the pictured room and converse with the vividly animated faces, brightened with such friendly expressive eyes. In the foreground the figure of a woman reclined upon a golden couch, swathed in flimsy material, ill concealing her dusky beauty. Deep, burning eyes gleamed intensely, heavy masses of dark hair fell all around her. She was beautiful, fascinating, yet repelled. The passionate eyes were cruel, the lovely mouth drooped, cold, cynical. Yet there was a startling resemblance between this divinity of past ages and the woman I adored. The ancient queen was feline, treacherous, and the living beauty. I was informed the portrait was a splendid likeness of the first woman to rule the Centaurians. Her reign had been one of culture and prosperity. She existed during the era of love and was Alpha, the first. All the women of the great family have been named after her. There is a wonderful resemblance between the portrait and the present Alpha, I remarked. My informant lowered his eyes. The glamour of awe, reverence, had been well ground into these people. Apparently the present Alpha was sacred and beyond comparison. The political situation of this great country could be regarded any way it pleased the Centaurians, but their Alpha was their queen. The worshipful gentleman spoke, his voice trembling with pride. "The present Alpha is divine," he told me. I saluted. "And," he continued, "the painting that so interests you represents the Centaurians just emerging from the savage state." "Oh, bravo!" We bowed deeply to each other and admiringly. I watched him as he strolled leisurely away. For some time I lingered, studying the untamed beauty of Alpha the First. Then, as the echo of voices reached me, and fearing to encounter those who had failed to notice my absence, I hurried ahead through luxurious apartments furnished in the silken modernness of my world, and rested secure in a dimly lit room crowded with primitive earthenware, grotesque pottery, and cooking utensils. Progression had neatly divided the apartment. Near where I stood were shelves of ancient bric-a-brac and clay crockery of unique design and moulding. There were tall, shining pedestals and enormous fat vases, and behind a hideous idol with white eyes, I hid till sure those I wished to avoid had passed on. I wandered aimlessly, marveling at the fabulous antiquity, and finally anchored in a vast department of massive machinery. Here progression had made rapid strides. You could follow it from the crude primitive to perfected mechanism. I came across a curiously devised instrument, raw, immature, yet very similar to Saxe's lost Propylaea. His invention, however, was the idea perfected, and to excite comparison and prove the superiority of his own instrument, he intended constructing a new machine and present it to the museum. I examined strange travelling conveyances, uncouth, chariot-shaped, and laughed at the repetition of custom. Chariots were in use at the present time. There were huge ocean liners and bulky, high-masted sailing vessels and ominous, sullen battleships. The railroad was ludicrously represented in complete trains of heavy, lumbersome coaches, drawn by gigantic engines, as different from the locomotives of our world as the two halves of the globe. The first aerial machine, though a complete failure, had its niche in this colossal exposition. Tragic was its history, a score or more lives sacrificed to the inventor's ambition. Navigable balloons came later, marking progress, success, in various forms. Most were square at the base with toy windmills for propellers, and if they sailed the air, all right, but not even Centauri could tempt me to enter one. Devilish implements of war and monstrous instruments of torture occupied a vast space, catalogued according to history, with civilization glaringly noticeable in the learning of refined fiendishness. It was fascinating to follow up the perpetual advancement of inhumanity. From primitive ingenuity of the antediluvian age, one stepped through the periods of enlightenment, reaching the zenith of hostile progression through an awful device, creating instantaneous blindness. This exhausted the age of war, but the exquisite cruelty of these people continued to advance. Instruments of frightful torture were extensively arrayed, foul infernal machines to whose ingenious devilishness nothing in the universe could compare. The Centaurians have not always been saints. Constant civilization simplifies the miraculous, but savagery exists as long as life's fluid stains red. I lost no time in getting away from the room of horrors, with its loathsome exhibit of man's satanic genius, and hastened down a narrow serpentine passage, plunging unexpectedly through a swinging brass net door. A flood of light greeted me, and I blinked and gaped in confusion. I had stumbled into the midst of a large assemblage of gigantic men and women whose stone countenances welcomed me with every variety of expression. There were joyful, beaming smiles, and fierce glances of forbiddance, but all diffidence vanished before the sweet witchery of invitation. I had reached the hall of wonderful sculpture, and at once sought the three famous loves of Centauri. Perfection in art had been attained during the era of passion. Plainly genius is a savage taint. The deadening of all emotion is productive of the marvellous in science, but abnormity is the result of too advanced civilization. In this motley collection, acquired and natural inspiration is easily discernible and progression traceable in gradual sections. The Centaurians had reached their inartistic height and realized it. They treasured antiquity above all the miraculous inventions of modern times. Conspicuously set apart and above, in lofty azure niches, the three grand passions of the Dark Ages gazed down upon their stone dominion. I paused before a colossal figure in quartz, richly veined with gold, a form of heavy, generous proportions, a dull, stupid face. This was Love. The sculptor was a master, but lacked originality, expression, and judging him by his work, he'd found Love deucedly slow. His winged child, however, was exquisite, but failed to impress, being the same fat little boy trying to fly that we're all familiar with. The third love was produced in a later generation and tantalized with enticement. The artist betrayed a cynical, humorous genius in every curve of his exquisite creation, and had transformed a huge block of virgin marble into a pair of lovers. It was the work of a visionary. The human form never reached such absolute divinity. A feminine figure of petite, delicate loveliness was passionately clasped in the massive arms of a Herculean Adonis, who gazed rapturously into the upturned flower face, fascinating in winsome diabolical beauty. The pose was ideal. This risk conception was fancy, and I laughed softly as I figured out the situation. Each fancied, desired, toyed with the other, both were superficial, and the sculptor, after a varied experience, happily discovered that love was merely a fleeting disturbance. Vaguely I wondered if anything so incredulous could be true, and devoutly hoped so. Centauri I loved, fiercely desired, but should the end be disastrous, I would give all my wealth to have the madness flit eerily away into convenient, mischievous fancy. Not caring to mar the delightful, whimsical impression this astounding fantasy made upon me, I left the museum. The morning was far advanced, noon, I judged by the sun. There wasn't a soul in sight, just a broad expanse of calm and peace throbbing beneath a scorching sun, and my enchanting forest of vermilion flickered, sultry, seemingly hundreds of miles away. I decided to go to the city. It was a long tramp, but I rested frequently in cool green parks, shaded by giant trees. Houses at first were few, quaintly picturesque, surrounded with beautiful gardens and orchards. Soon this lovely rural simplicity gave way to broad avenues lined with costly residences, but after a while, though the uniformed elegance was very impressive, I wearied of the monotonous similarity of the odd domed buildings glistening with a greenish lustre. It was this sea lustre which caused Sheldon to exclaim when beholding the palace of Centauri, "A palace of crystal." Houses were not crushed together as seen in our cities. Each building was centered in a spacious square and all surrounded with high, solid walls. Curious, I examined this wall. The surface was smooth, shiny, and cold. I decided the foundation was of stone veneered with a combination of air. A short distance ahead, a gentleman stepped from one of the gardens, and I hastened to join him. He had no objection to my company. The Centaurians are a genial social race. It was not long, however, before he discovered I was one of the 4 strangers who had crossed, and so on, and he hung like a burr. He was full of information, tedious with lengthy explanations. He went clear around the city to reach a point just across the street, and I watched for a chance to lose him, deciding finally to excuse myself and streak up another avenue, when suddenly he grasped my arm, murmuring, "The hour of worship," and rushed me ahead to avoid the people trooping from houses and gardens who swelled the great throng that gradually swooped upon us. In the crush I lost my friend, but could see him peering for me in all directions and cheerfully eluded him. I was forced along, wondering at the destination of this dense, silent throng, all so hurried and earnest, travelling with settled purpose in one direction, women vividly beautiful with health, men muscular, powerful in their strength, children fresh with a cherubic loveliness, a fascinating crowd. Suddenly, loud shouts of warning rang clear on the sultry air. I heard the clattering of horses' hoofs upon the hard pavement. The crowd parted with shrill cheers, and a chariot drawn by plunging white horses flew by. A woman stood erect, holding with one hand the reins guiding the flying steeds. The other was pointed to the heavens. A woman, tall, straight, a goddess with dark tresses floating in the breeze. "Alpha Centauri," I gasped. "Aye, Alpha Centauri," the man next to me answered. "Priestess of the sun," cried a second. "The bride of knowledge, whose wedding gift was divinity," murmured a third, and it is all very pretty, I thought, and what a poetical, sentimental race these people are. Steadily pressing onward, with constant reinforcements trooping from every avenue, the crush became alarming, but finally we entered a wide park, and in relief the people spread like a great black wave over the green lawn, thinning to an obelisk peak toward a shining temple, with glistening steeples topped with huge golden globes. The bronze portals stood wide, and carried along by the rush of devout Centaurians, I entered a place dark with the chill of a sepulchre. My eyes, accustomed to the brilliant sunlight, at first could distinguish nothing, but gradually the darkness lifted. I was in a house of worship crowded with a kneeling, reverent congregation. Ignorant of what they worshipped, I could not kneel, but squatted upon the cold tiled floor and peered through the dim light. A long hall, wide, windowless, with lofty domed ceiling and rounded walls, hung with rich tapestries and exquisite wood etchings. In the roof was a circular opening about 20 feet in diameter. This admitted all the light and ventilation. No wonder the place was cold, dark, and filled with close vapors. Directly beneath this opening 4 massive yet transparent columns rose, and in the center a figure stood heavily draped, with face upturned and arms hanging limply at the sides. In the dimness at first I took this form for a 5th column. The congregation was a silent one, no psalm-singing minister or priest, yet all were reverently, devoutly engrossed. Gradually the light grew brighter, clearer, and long slanting rays of the sun filtered through the opening. Longer, stronger grew these slants of light and heat, penetrating the darkest corner. Then suddenly the sun itself appeared, a round burning disk, high in the heavens, directly above the opening. The temple was flooded with light, and the figure I took for a statue moved, flinging up its arms in worshipful adoration, chanting weirdly in low tones. As the sun moved, so did the form. I caught a glimpse of the face, and fell against my neighbor with a loud, startled cry, but my voice was drowned in the great volume of music that filled the place. These people, with lifted faces and outstretched arms, sang ardently, sang to the sun. And the woman upon whom I feasted my eyes stood in all her marvelous loveliness amid the burning rays of this fiery god, in truth a priestess of the sun. As the sun gradually sailed over the opening, the rays became shorter, more oblique, casting odd black shadows, and finally the temple was once more in darkness. The song ended abruptly, the congregation rose and quietly dispersed. Services were over. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 12, Part 2. I remained intending to examine this peculiar temple of a fiery religion, but the lid slid suddenly over the opening above, and hastily I groped my way to the door, thankful there were no seats to stumble over. Out in the hot sunshine, again I mingled with the crowd that hurried in various directions and wandered about the city for hours. The architecture of public buildings was varied, unique, superb, and in complete contrast to the monotonous sameness of private dwellings. Skilled architects had planned that no two government buildings should in any way be similar. Near the palace was the courthouse, a low, square, rugged stone building of primitive hideousness, centuries old. Prisons there were none. This half of the globe was free of criminals. It was explained to me that all causes fostering crime belonged to the Middle Ages. A philosopher had then predicted that civilization would be complete when passionate humanity became extinct. Ahem! The Centaurians had mastered civilization in the production of a perfect race. They could not love or hate. Adultery, murder, envy, jealousy were the unknown evils of savagery. Exterminating the germ, love, root of disaster, all other passions were conquered by themselves. Marriage was committed simply for the perpetuity of the race. I envied these people, their lofty pure minds and rare physical perfection. Like blessed celestial childhood, they seemed free of care. Death brought momentary sadness, regret. These philosophers declared dissolution, the highest degree of nature which they worshipped in the form of the sun. The political situation of the country I did not attempt to analyze, but the great organizations of political intrigue, shareholders in the monstrous outrageous speculation of principle, and the turbulent, contagious plague of election were labeled among the rare curios of the Dark Ages. The Centaurians, in their far-reaching penetrating intelligence and advanced simplicity, vested full power in one man, the great man of wisdom. Centauri was the head of the nation, personifying the government, and enlightened beyond duplicity, believed firmly in himself, as did the people. Fortunates, rising above tortures, mental doubts, are the dominants of civilization. From time immemorial, each great man, upon assuming office, was supposed to form a new government, but the majority abided by the laws of their predecessors, chary of questioning the sublime, shockless justice, reigning centuries of calm. Centauri, however, brought about many radical changes. His strenuousness ended the quietude of centuries, destroyed the ancient laws of his ancestors, and created new ones. The people welcomed the new regime. Progression, they cried, but ignored entirely that which was next to Centauri's heart. Progression by degrees is more thorough, the people pleaded, and vetoed the order to abolish all sun temples and erect new houses of worship to him who is supreme. Centauri wished to found a new sect, and when learning of the veto, sorrowfully remarked, "I have ignored the gradual, yet will live to realize the suggestion as fact." He sacrificed his wish to the people. He set a new value upon trade, which in this ideal world defined the full significance of the world, merchandise for merchandise, limiting the circulation of currency to such an extent that in the present era of plenty money was superfluous and exchanged merely for form in trifling transactions. Many schools, libraries were stationed throughout the city, handsome buildings luxuriously equipped. Private institutions had long been abolished, young ladies' seminaries and muscle-developing colleges, where fancy sums are expended for a veneer which renders the subjects pitifully unfit, lacking even the ability to assist themselves in necessity. Mere useless toys of frivolity issued yearly from stilted preparatories. Unseasoned veal garnished with underdone dumplings, A sauté, to the dismay of our ancestors, is called the rising generation, where forgotten nuisances. In this marvelously enlightened world, greed, cupidity were traits of medieval times, merit rose superior to capricious influence, students were ambitious, sincere in their efforts, and sought elevation till they passed away to new spheres. Centaur had many magnificent theatres, all with a remarkable roof contrivance. At a moment's notice the whole top of the building could be removed, sliding upon hinges and resting at the side of the house upon props like a huge box cover. The Opera House was by far the handsomest building of its kind in the city. The interior was indescribably beautiful, lavish, rich, wantonly luxurious, with a seating capacity for 20,000. The Centaurians had still to conquer their passion for music, but comedy was the chief amusement, caged in a bijou of art splendid with elaborate decorations of foolish clowns, mirth-inspiring masks, and rare, exquisite etchings of fair folly in various beckoning attitudes. These wise children, with their wonderful clarity of thought, had long digested the happiness of laughter, but realized the absolute necessity of variation. Gloom spiced delight. Ennui was strictly a product of my own country. Tragedy was a classic, a profound culture, and was lodged in a sombre, stately building, bearing the nearest approach to a prison I had yet encountered, a handsome monument to melancholia, rich in antiquity. There were whole scenes of famous tragedies produced in wonderful paintings, startlingly vivid with the misery of reality, shadowed in a background of heavy, costly, dull-hued fabrics. I grew wretched with homesickness in the dolorous aura, dense with the miasma of rank perfumes. The theatre reminded me of those of my own world during the sad daytime, illy ventilated, morose half-light, and the usual freezing shower to the imagination which impels you to seek fresh air with alacrity. Tragedy was unpopular with the Centaurians. Thespians were forced to work before the uninspiring view of rows of empty seats, their efforts critically watched by scant audiences, unresponsive stony, occasionally applauding, invariably at the wrong time. And the actors, adepts in the art of mechanism, waded through their parts with not the slightest conception or sympathy, marionettes. The culture of progression reduced tragedy to the greatest of farces, and fatalities were shelved by the generation of the wonderful present. The knowledge of the diseased art, relic of the Dark Ages, was culled from the histories of the ancients. Fascinated, I tramped throughout this marvelous city, congratulating myself that I was without a guide. The lost, strange feeling was delightful. I had not the remotest idea where I was going, but noticed the avenues grew broader, dwellings further apart, and gardens larger, more gorgeous, finally terminating in the city's wall, a shallow forest of magnificent trees circling Centaur like a great feathery belt. Beyond stretched a broad vista of lovely verdant country, but the blue line of distance seemed strangely cut and uneven, a shadowy obstruction reared to a tremendous height extending over the land for miles. Curious, I wandered to the edge of the forest wall, resting a few minutes, undecided whether to advance or turn back. Then I struck out direct over the soft green fields, avoiding the road, which is always the longest route. Why? The heat was intense, the journey long, tedious, but in the glorious end fatigue was forgotten. I finally reached a high, massive iron trellis wall, through which I peered at a scene, entrancing, Eden-like, veiled with the enchantment of mystery. I found the ponderous gates invitingly wide and dared to enter this strangely still sphere of illusion, dense with overpowering exotic odors of millions of brilliant-hued blossoms. I gorged my side with a rainbow-tinted vision, then waded neck-deep in the wild, flowery maze, wondering for all the heavy-scented fascination just why this paradise had been created. Gradually, my senses pierced the charm, and I discovered the bewildering-hued floral abundance was massed cleverly together, forming clusters of stars, circles, and crescents, separated by broad stone paths, all leading to a gigantic structure rearing higher than any building in Centaur. A grim abode, marring, darkening the brilliant surroundings, I ventured near this huge, strange building. High, broad, square, of sombre granite, the massive bronze portals stood wide. A chill quietness pervaded all things. A sudden, unaccountable feeling of abhorrence came over me. My swift glance travelled throughout the immense vestibule, tiled with black marble and wainscoted to the ceiling with iron. The walls were ornamented with countless little brass knobs. "A sepulchre!" I gasped. "A monstrous tomb!" and turning quickly, fell heavily against a man who evidently had been following me. "You wish to enter?" he asked, ignoring my awkwardness. In confusion, I mumbled an apology. The moment I spoke, he saluted deeply. "One of the 4 strangers from the other side," he murmured, and without further ceremony led the way. I followed, plying him with questions, all of which he courteously answered. He informed me the circular spots that so attracted me were the knobs of little doors leading to diminutive, yet far-stretching lanes containing the ashes of the departed. He twisted a great knob near the floor. Instantly 20 or 30 little doors flew open, and I peered curiously into the little dark alleys, some extending clear around the building, and all containing ashes of those who had departed centuries ago. The fundamental law and perfecting touch of nature is extinction, the gentleman informed me. At the expiration of a race, he continued, the ashes of the entire line are removed from these cells and consigned to the underground vaults which form the foundation of this building. Throughout the gardens are many stairways leading to the vaults. Ventilation is perfect. Would you care to visit the underground? I replied hastily in the negative. He told me the building had been erected 5,000 years and was still incomplete. It comprised 25 floors, with the plans opened to add 25 more, but he was positive the additional 25 floors would never be built, basing his conviction upon the supreme law of degeneration, extinction. He declared the building would never be completed, that it would take thousands of years, and the inevitable is never idle. Has it always been cremation? Was there never a time of burials? I asked. Burials? He cried. You mean the body in the natural state, planted in the ground? I nodded. Preposterous, he gasped. Is there such a custom? Not even the savages commit such sacrilege. Cremation, he continued, is a form of our religion, though for a century burials were resorted to. 800 years ago, a noted herbalist of that period extracted from minerals an acid which, when applied to the lifeless body, produced instant petrification. But unfortunately, the demise of this wise man closed forever the petrified age. We returned to cremation. He drew from their cells exquisite odd-shaped urns. Some were of bronze, many of iron, a few of gold. The silver ones were tarnished and ugly, and plain stone jars seemed to be the most in use. He drew out boxes of rare scented wood, beautifully inlaid with metals, and from one of the lower shelves brought out a narrow, oblong, silvery block, explaining the style had been in use many centuries and proved the most durable. Eagerly I examined the curio. It was a crystal block, quaintly etched with queer characters, the ashes within giving the silver sheen. I quickly returned it to its cell, then, stooping, twisted the great knob near the floor, which caused all the little doors to spring together with a snap. The guide smiled knowingly and, taking my arm, escorted me down the long, sombre hall, advising me to inspect the tomb of the great family. We halted in front of a small door, which flew open at the touch, revealing a small, square platform that shot up like a rocket as we stepped upon it. The speed slackened gradually to a standstill before wonderful gates of smooth, dull gold, which slowly opened. I entered a lofty arched room, flooded with sunlight blazing upon gold-panelled walls, and sank ankle-deep in golden floss, which deadened sound. I gazed upon fabulous magnificence. There were wonderful embroideries, studded with gems, flashing golden suns. Silver gauze hung high, shimmering with sparkling sprays, soft as moonlight. Strange urns, jars, and bowls embedded with gems, delicate jeweled caskets of ivory and jade, tall crystal cylinders divided into compartments, all containing a silvery dust. massive bronze columns carved and engraved with strange forms and inscriptions relative to the history of those whose ashes powdered its heart. Gold and silver globes and queer diamond-shaped receptacles were lined in order upon bronze trestles. All contained the sanctified ashes of rulers long departed, and high above all this splendor hung the golden banner and imperial arms of Centauri. My eye suddenly fastened upon a hideous stone figure, the trunk of a woman resting upon a gem-encrusted pedestal. That is the form of the beauteous Alpha Centauri who reigned during the petrified age, the guide informed me. It is very pathetic and marks petrification of failure. The lower portion of the body has crumbled away. The pedestal contains the powder. Before long, what remains will be dust, then the pedestal will be sealed. Why so much splendor for the great family if all Centaurians are equal? I asked. All Centaurians are equal, he answered, but the great family is divine, immortal. Truly is the great family wise, I muttered, then suddenly, sickened, repelled at the bestial richness, I turned toward the golden gates, but hesitated, not caring to descend by the treacherous elevator. The guide, understanding my nervousness, led me through a rear door and out to a long, barren, draughty hall. The floor, a recent addition, was still incomplete, but the ashes of the great family always occupied the new portion of the building. We reached a narrow, winding stairway, and the friendly guide cautioned and advised slow travel. I began the steep descent, but frequently rested, owing to an odd trembling, and from that day forever I abhorred the odor of musk and wondered if I had inhaled any of the perfumed powder of the great family. Reaching the gloomy, black-tiled hall, I rushed like one possessed out into the fresh air, but the beauties of the garden had vanished, and I raced along the wide paths and was soon streaking it across the green country, nor did I slacken up till reaching once more the swaying circular forest. I followed the edge of the curving grove, hoping it would lead to the heart of the city, but instead the trees thinned to the harbor. The long slanting rays of the sun glistened upon wide piers and bridges which jutted far out into the bay. Gateways were elaborate columned arches, and the fantastic domed and spiral turreted roofs of dock buildings gave Centaur the appearance of a great mystical palace floating upon the sea. If only the much respected municipalities of our various cities could have accompanied me upon that tour of inspection. Heavy freight was still transported by water and rail. I watched strong, brawny men load and unload queer, barge-like ships. The wages of labor was paid in bolts of goods, provisions, and books. Knowledge was prized higher than gold or silver. All work was done for the government. There was but one government, one nationality, one language, and competition, monopolies, labor organizations were unknown evils. There were no classes, all men were equal, but a thin dividing line was stretched by knowledge. The more learned, the more power. Supreme satisfaction resulted in this superior civilization. I wandered some time around the business portion of the city, vainly trying to find my way back to the palace. I would not ask directions, as I passed all right for a Centaurian, till I opened my mouth. Then I was gaped at as one of the four, and so on. This had begun to pall. There seemed to be a great many buildings going up in the business district, or it was just possible that my wanderings invariably winded up in front of the same building. At all events, my lounging finally attracted the attention of the workmen, and the foreman ventured up and inquired my business. The moment I spoke, it was all up, one of the four. The man saluted deeply and courteously offered to take me over the building. The word flew along the line, and I was regarded with interest, and caps were doffed if by chance I happened to meet the eye of any of the men. Information concerning the building was willingly given, and I solved the mysterious appearance of all the houses in Centaur. They were made of glass. Great blocks of glass hoisted one upon the other, forced and screwed together, and joined with liquid crystal. Walls measured from 5 to 7 feet thick. Apartments were large, airy, the halls wide, lofty, with domed ceilings supported by huge crystal columns. In the center of the dome, an electric chandelier swung, which flamed blue the moment the sun set and remained burning till sunrise. Dwellings were constructed to accommodate 4 and 5 families. The durability of glass is above argument. Most of the buildings in Centaur had been standing for centuries, and the Palace of Centauri was believed to be the first crystal building erected. Some of the houses had a coating of paint, pale blue, pink, whatever the fancy, creating a porcelain effect which I thought vastly pretty. But the popular tint seemed to be the natural tinge of the glass, a dark sea green, very cooling to the sight and nerves. All buildings were hosed every morning, which accounted for their irradiating hues when the sun shone upon them, but at night they presented an extraordinary appearance. The lights within penetrated the glass, which absorbed the rays and cast a dull, roseate splendor. One could walk down rows of glowing houses and yet be in total darkness, but the streets were flooded with brilliancy from great arc lights suspended high above the crossings. Vacant lots enclosed with unsightly board fences were not permitted to mar the symmetry of this lovely city. Such land was converted into public parks and kept by the city till the owner, ready to build, notified the authorities. Then, after the time limit, the wall which surrounds all private property was erected. It was very interesting watching the carpenters at their strange house building. The preciseness, ease, rapidity, and methodical attention given to details produced faultless work. Such conscientiousness was astounding. I remained till the closing hour, then, following the directions of the foreman, soon found my way to the palace. The setting sun painted the horizon line a fierce crimson, and seemed to sink into the beautiful bay surrounding this most wonderful city. As the fiery glow faded to a dying pink, the lights of the city suddenly flared with electric splendor, and calm, reposeful twilight was unknown in this strange land, and night, moist, restful, shaded only the mountains and wilderness. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 13. The palace from foundation to dome was a blaze of lights. As I entered the grounds, Mike, short for Aurelius, who had been detailed to look after the comfort of the 4 illustrious, hastened anxiously to meet me. I questioned him concerning Sachs, Sheldon, and Saunders. He informed me my absence had greatly alarmed the gentleman with the mane on his chin, Sachs, but the thin, positive gentleman with the bald head, Saunders, had advised him that they couldn't lose the child, and he'd turn up as colicky as ever, while the old young man with stiff black mustachios, Sheldon, had consoled the kind-hearted one that the boy could not stray farther than Centaur anyhow, and he'd find the palace quick when hungry. This comforted the good one, with the magnificent mane, and early in the afternoon the 3, with a large escort, had sailed for the great Oxta range to view the waters of the Otega. Mike was not certain when they would return, as the Oxta Mountains were far distant. I laughed, knowing full well Sheldon and Saunders had been as uneasy about me as dear old Sachs, and all 3 had made dead certain of me before sailing to the mountains. And Sheldon was to view his great body of fresh water at last. His spunk and determination deserves credit. For all the ridicule, he stuck to his theory, and knew what he was talking about all the time. The great body of fresh water was a fact, and he discovered it. I hurried to my apartments, thence to the baths. Nothing so refreshing as the bath, yet my long day of wandering and fast made me nearly collapse with fatigue. My feet ached painfully, and were badly inflamed. The streets of Centaur are hard on pedestrians unaccustomed to sandals. Roads, pavements were of stone, but trees lined the curbing, their wide-spreading branches forming a welcome arch of shade. The sun's rays were more penetrating, more burning on this side of the globe. Mike served me with a delicious drink, and while sipping it, I put in the time writing to Alpha Centauri. It took 3 notes to gain satisfaction. The first brought no reply, the second an excuse, but the third roused the lady's interest. I was invited to dine. I sent Mike ahead with acceptance, but stealthily followed, and he, all unsuspecting, led me up a long flight of stairs, and still another which wound serpent-like around a giant column. I wondered if he would ever reach the top. Surely we were climbing to the skies, yet at the end heaven awaited. We finally reached the landing, that is, Mike did. He knocked discreetly upon a little square door, which immediately opened, and I hurried forward, saluting the loveliest woman in the world. Of course, I was requested to enter, and Mike's gasp of amazement dissolved into a very kind, sympathetic smile, while Alpha Centauri laughed outright, the sweetest, merriest laughter imaginable. It set me all aflame. How beautiful she was, with that great mass of jetty hair piled upon her head, and the heavy lashed, sidling eyes evading mine. My pulses throbbed wildly. The humor of the situation both thoroughly understood and enjoyed, but the impassioned motive was entirely beyond them. As I entered the room, the strong, pungent odor of chemicals warned me I had intruded the sanctified laboratory of Centauri, and to my chagrin, the old gentleman was there, polite, frigid, and deeply engrossed in a table crowded with queer little vials and tubes. The walls of the room were lined with shelves filled with glass jars, containing strange fluids and powders. There were huge glass mortar bowls, tall crystal pipes and cylinders, and several long, narrow tables. Over one a cloth had been hastily thrown. "You find me deep in my great work," a sweet voice murmured near me. I glanced down at the lovely speaker. Her arms were bared to the shoulders, and one was stained with a dull red color. Centauri advised her to cease work and entertain the stranger. She shrugged her shoulders and turned at once to the covered table, and there followed a whispered argument which was perfectly audible to me. One always overhears. He cautioned her against overconfidence, adding that the stranger might lose the desire to teach the science she wished to learn. For several seconds she stood undecided, stubborn, then suddenly curtsied deeply and turned to me. "For once pleasure lures me," she murmured, smiling divinely, "and I will be with you in a few moments." She raised her arm as though to give some last direction to her father. It was the stained arm, but in my ardor I caught and passionately kissed it. The acid was glazed, sticky, the odor sickening. I turned from her, repelled, with a keen desire to get out of the place. She laughed merrily as she hastened away, and Centauri twitted me that I changed color at the sight of life's fluid, but was able to endure the horrors of the polar regions. He considered that I possessed a remarkable constitution, and informed me his daughter's work was for the prolongation of life. She seeks the elixir of eternal youth and health. I laughed indulgently. A queer whim for such an exquisite creature, but it was distasteful to me to connect this dainty Centaurian with the gross depths of a laboratory. Yet it seemed the natural trend of her powerful intellect. She was far and above the ordinary sphere of delicate, ethereal, trifling femininity. A phantom, yes, but tangible, adorable. Centauri chuckled softly as I laughed again, and led me to the covered table. There were a dozen or more silver-lidded bowls, arranged in a circle, with a wide, flat dish in the center. Curiously, I raised the lids. All contained liquids of various hues. One was green with a spicy odor of herbs, another thick, white as milk, and a third clear as water, while the flat center dish contained a dull, brownish fluid, emitting a strong, wild odor. "Blood," I whispered. "Quite right," Centauri replied comfortably. "Blood of oxen, which must be used in the natural heat." He turned to a tall glass jar, which was filled with a beautiful ruby fluid, and placing a small vial to the crystal tube, pressed the siphon. The fluid rose sluggishly to the surface, then slowly flowed into the vial, thick, like syrup of fruit. He filled 2 goblets, handing one to me. The other the old gentleman drained at a gulp, never batting an eye. The draught turned against me, but I swallowed it. The liquor had a sweet, poignant flavor, and a most injurious effect. I felt a terrible pain in the region of my heart, and the blood rushed to my head, blinding me. Centauri led me to the adjoining room, large, airy, and flooded with moonlight. The weakness quickly passed, taking with it the fatigue of the day. I felt freshened, invigorated, as though just risen from a long, restful slumber. I hurried to the wide-opened windows, inhaling the fresh, fragrant breeze whistling around the high-turreted room, and gazed upon a marvelous night view. The fantastic city of Centaur flared a brilliant panorama. The penetrating light of electricity streamed from countless gigantic bulbs, softening the lurid glow of domed buildings. And darting aimlessly, high in the heavens, uncanny bright red globes floated. It was a fabulous scene, yet a light touch upon my arm, a dark, fascinating face smiling into mine, and I completely forgot the blinding, weird expanse. As I drew her to me, the room instantly blazed with light. A table lay spread with snowy cloth, decked with sparkling silver and crystal. Dainty, tempting viands were served to me by the superb Alpha, but though I had fasted the whole day, I ate with little relish, while a parched throat forced me to drink more than was prudent. Under the fiery stimulant, my mind expanded with brilliant thoughts, which I voiced with a sudden new eloquence that amazed me. I told of my side of the globe. Picturing the great cities so vividly, my listeners leaned eagerly toward me as though seeing my descriptions. I dwelled upon the religion of my country, explaining there were hundreds of sects, yet all worshipped the one supreme being, God, Father of all nature. Alpha gazed at me with distended, wondering eyes, while Centauri sprang to his feet, and with outstretched arms spoke wildly, agitatedly. I could not follow clearly his ravings, but his meaning was unmistakable, and while he spoke his daughter's eyes narrowed, the forehead flattened, and the perfect brows met in a straight line. Centauri's excitement was painful. He was a fanatic. He believed in the Almighty and denounced the sun worshippers as heathens. Unmindful of his daughter's presence, he told me it was she who saved the people. Their idol, leader, they followed with blind devotion, and it was a divine providence that led me safely across the terrible north, that I might fulfill the mission ordained at my birth, converting and saving the Centaurians through the powerful love inspired by the priestess of the sun. "Teach my daughter the love of God," he cried. "It will bring sublime, everlasting happiness to the Centaurians." The priestess of the sun patted his hand indulgently, laughing softly, yet defiantly. His voice quavered inaudibly. With arms raised in protest, he sank to his seat. She rose, glanced deferentially at her father. Then her voice rang sweet, clear as a bell in defense of her creed. She was bigoted, but unlike Centauri, who undoubtedly was the most sincere, she was cold, collected, more eloquent and convincing, and wisely refrained from denunciation. Each to his belief, she told me, and my reverend father is the great Centauri. With a radiant smile, she curtsied deeply to him. His words are indisputable facts, she continued, facts of long ages ago, when the land of Centauri was a great seething hive, choked with millions of fanatical sects. Discontent, envy, malice, unhappiness twined the pedestal of love. Evil passions predominated, ruled. Wickedness festered and festered into a poisonous, contagious eruption, which overspread the land, and the greatest and last war of Centauri was fought. Years, many years, the god of destruction swayed his rod of devastation. The knell of Centauri tolled with mighty vibrations, startling, waking somnolent civilization, which gathered its dormant forces for one last tremendous upheaval, and burst the reservoirs of purity, flooding the country with righteousness, peace, and from the divine calm that followed rose the great golden Vespa of the sun. Germs of progress spread broadcast. Passion first was controlled, deadened, then obliterated. The sun is the inspiration of the universe, but we worship the mysterious, powerful spirit who controls the great globe of beneficial light and warmth. Centauri, profound in wisdom, does not fail, but refuses to comprehend the depth of our creed. The Centaurians are too deeply rooted in their religious sentiments to permit a sudden caprice to dictate a turning in their cherished sacred convictions. For centuries, their religion has been as the air they breathe, life. We are fire worshippers, and the emblem of our faith burns in the heavens for all eternity. She had forgotten us. Standing erect, magnificent in her enthusiasm, with face and arms uplifted, a goddess above the gods, she was superb in her fanaticism. I glanced at Centauri. He sat with crossed arms and bowed head, moody, silent. A long quivering sigh, and Alpha realized the present. She glanced defiantly at her father, yet her face retained its beauteous angelic expression. She smiled divinely upon me, and told me the night was still young, that my friends had not returned from the Oxtas, and she would know more of my wonderful country. She leaned dangerously near me. Her face flushed and her eyes gleamed as she passed her hand over my brow. I raised my arms to clasp her, but she darted away. With a cry of adoration, I sprang up and dared to follow, but she was gone, and Centauri's cold words chilled my passion as he bade me be seated. In the moment, he was the mechanical Centauri, courteous, deliberate, freezingly distant. The love that creates desire is beyond the Centaurians, he told me. Progression erased the bestial. The fiery red of the savage still tinges your blood, and my learned daughter is as far above and beyond you as the sun that inspires her ravings. Give up this consuming desire, which breeds disappointment, turning bitter the sweetness of your nature. In very sympathy, I would spare you, my son. The tribulations of desire I do not understand, but disappointment, that curse blighting the nobleness of humanity I have known. Rise above lusty thoughts. Seek a higher, purer aim. Teach my daughter to know and love the Supreme Being, the Creator, and Virgilius, the Virgilius, becomes immortal. I reverently saluted the religious fervor of this great man, and, much affected, earnestly assured him of my good intentions. He came quickly to my side, and in benediction laid his hands upon my head. I promised to do all that he wished, but added that his daughter must and would be mine, and that I would always adore her, even though I knew the end would be hell. "You will help each other," he murmured, "but you are not mates. I have spoken. May the Lord bless and spare you." He returned to his seat as Alpha entered, carrying a dainty golden salver laden with tiny crystal goblets, through which sparkled the rose-tinted syrup of life. She offered us the liqueur, then with her glass held high, bade us drink to perpetual youth and health. I drained my glass, this time feeling no ill effect from the liquor, though it flushed and gave me boldness. Making no attempt to conceal my ardor, I led this lovely woman, who so inflamed me, to a seat near the window, and in impassioned tones, as though it were the first time, told her of my love. Suddenly, daringly, I drew her close to me, forgetting Centauri entirely. But when I recovered sufficiently to look around for him, the glorious Alpha and myself were alone. She gently released herself, gazing at me with unresponsive, wonder-wide eyes. "Is this love?" she asked. "And are you happy?" "To love you is ecstasy," I replied. "To possess you, heaven." "You are profane," she murmured reprovingly. "Woman is mortal. It is sacrilegious comparing her with paradise." Powers above, my passion suddenly evaporated. But though she chilled me, it was still rapture to be near her. "I am trying to teach you the lesson of love, sweet Alpha," I whispered. "You must learn, you promised." "You wish to marry me?" she asked. I raised her hand to my lips and gazed ardently into her deep eyes, same here as on our side. She moved from me and haughtily inquired if love in my country was not equivalent to marriage. Rebuked, I humbly answered, "Not always. We marry frequently and for many reasons, least of all for love." "We marry for companionship, respect," she icily informed me. "Intellect mates with intellect. Mental, physical equality produces the ideal." "You have betrayed the Centaurians," I cried triumphantly. "Love is not vetoed, but so sifted and refined it bears little resemblance to the divine flame. Yet the tender passion is not quenched. But the Centaurians unabashed proclaim love a dead evil, and boldly title their droll creation compatibility. Oh, Centauri, Centauri!" "You dare ridicule," she cried angrily. "No, no, my lady," I hastened to reply. "Good heavens. I am giving you the first lesson in the most wonderful of all sciences. Love is a powerful, mysterious, inexplicable ideality, a thrilling experience, and before I leave your world you will have mastered and indulged in all the delights and miseries of this mystic art. And deep in your heart you will bless me for imparting this ecstatic knowledge. And though existence may end in sweet despair, it always does, you have lived and realized. One genuine thrill of this divine folly is worth a life of empty fame with the monstrous finale of decayed immortality. Superb Alpha, your destiny is writ in your glorious beauty and marvelous power to charm." Her eyes flamed at my words, and for the first time I pondered over the wisdom of my intentions. But desire was turbulent, mad, infatuated. I lost control over conscience, reason. Passion has no regrets. I would possess. I talked with her for hours and told over again of my country and religion, and related completely the life of Christ. She was impressed, awed and deeply reverenced the divine spirit that embodied the Savior. "He was a martyr," she cried, with uplifted, worshipping eyes. "His actions, teachings, were divine inspiration. But he lived his life too early, and himself ordained it should be shortened." Gently I argued, trying to fulfill my promise to Centauri, but I struggled with a superior intellect, and like the brilliant woman she was, she listened eagerly, attentively, complimenting me into believing my efforts had convinced her. Then, with incomparable tact, she steered from the dangerous subject, and before aware of her intent, I was eloquently discussing the North Pole. Again I lived over that awful voyage, describing the vast dead regions, the insurmountable smooth perpendicular cliffs, and terrifying unfathomable chasms, shadowed in somber stillness. But when I reached the great fiery pivot, horror overcame me, and vividly I pictured our awful plight as we raced down the swaying mountain with the sea of boiling mass pursuing us and the whole world vibrating like a monstrous pendulum. "And you dared this peril for science?" she asked. "My comrades did," I answered quickly. "I searched for the greatest drawback to ambition, and life lost value in a consuming desire." Then I told of the wonderful vision that inspired such intense longings, and that I had worshipped her months before the expedition. "I adore you," I whispered. "It is fate that brought us together. I will have you." She laughed softly, studying me through half-closed eyes, then told me from the first I had exerted a strange influence, possibly because of the aureola of mystery surrounding me and the great unknown continent I came from. "But since our meeting," she sighed, "new and wonderful thoughts riot in my mind, lulling energy, ambition, and deeply I've pondered over the wisdom of a life forfeited for immortality, though it is the grandest finale and ultimately mine. But I pause, deferring momentous problems absorbed in profound analyses of a powerful but fleeting emotion." "Ah," I sighed ecstatically. "Selfishness, discontent," she continued. "The premier rules of this great art are mastered in the realization of my own loveliness and the rebellion against fate, injustice of our sacred laws, which sacrifices me for the welfare of humanity." I stared, astounded, while she, watching me closely with veiled, sidling eyes, caught the wild desire of my glance, and shaking her head, murmured dreamily, "In this wondrous world of fancy, crowded with vain longings and godly phantoms which dart from rainbow film, then flash onward, your image does not blend. This sphere is the space of centuries which separates us, and though creating the new element, your appeal fails to inspire response. The joining of two such natures shatters the beautiful. We are not mates. Yours is the love that hopes, dreads, doubts, and fears, and dies with possession, while I seek, yet devoutly hope never to find the one only charm of my visionary world. A powerful influence which vanquishes denial, curbing destiny with compelling flaming radiance. A mighty glory never realized, yet swaying the universe with longings reaching above and far beyond that monster called death. "Ah, Virgilius," she whispered tremulously, "I can love. Yes, I can love. But with the knowledge happiness departs forever." Rapturously I caught her hand. Exultant, aflame at her confession, I dared press my hot lips to her soft, fair neck. She shuddered, then gently drew from my embrace. "Thus are the dead evils of the ancients easily acquired," she murmured gloomily, chilling my ardor and thrusting me and my passion to musty remoteness. And Virgilius, she continued, after centuries of training, the savage is still untamed. Leave me now. I am wearied, and the day approaches. She rose languidly, moving to the window. In the dull gray light of dawn, she looked wan, strangely pathetic. In tenderest sympathy, I hastened to her side, for the second half regretting my work which had robbed her forever of contentment. The ideal, always existing in her brain, had formed distinct, existable, and she worshipped every caprice of imagination. Kindly she smiled dismissal, pointing to the heavens flushed with the new day. I understood and, raising her hand to my lips, silently departed. Out of her presence regrets vanished. I had commenced well and accomplished more in a few hours than I had expected to in weeks. Women always adore the ideal, and love a man. This strange, fascinating piece of femininity grieved because realizing she was a woman, an adorable woman, not a saint. Alpha Centauri is mine. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 14. The scorching rays of an afternoon sun roused me from a sleep of hours. Yet dreamily I rested till a subdued murmur reached me from the outer room, and I knew my friends had returned. The trio were in deep consultation when I joined them, but all hailed me with evident relief, and Sheldon distinguished himself as usual. He hoped they had not disturbed my gentle slumbers, as all agreed I needed rest and quiet after the exhaustive attempt to cipher such a disheartening, complicated, enigmatical, mysterious what, which made in comparison the most scientific problems diversion. He cautioned me against invading the climactic disorders of the mighty feminine, as explorers in that realm, dazed by rudimental desire, always reached such pitifully befuddled climaxes. And, Sally, he continued, though we have discovered a new portion of the globe, the inhabitants present a very familiar appearance. The feminine species were discovered long ago and are produced in vast numbers on our continent with similar unsatisfactory results. Also, I passed the evening with our beautiful hostess, I interrupted, cold, dignified. And I missed the preliminaries, he wailed. The great act where the intellectual divinity absorbs her, first experience. But there's time. Now, interposed Sachs. Let the boy alone. It's his affliction and makes him happy. Yes, echoed Saunders, let him alone. The ailment will cure itself. It always does. Their winks and ill-concealed, struggling laughter exasperated me, and, threatening to be even, I roared that I madly loved the beautiful Centaurian. We haven't contradicted you, purred Sheldon soothingly, but your astonishing frankness relieves much anxiety. We doubted your sentiments toward the very handsome lady. You will survive. Then they let it out, boisterously, derisively. Vainly I protested. The more I raged, the wilder grew their mirth, till suddenly realizing they joshed me, believing raillery a sure cure for the tender malady. Also that each would take turns thrashing any one who dared harass me as they were doing. I dropped chivalry and resignedly joined in the sport. All sobered up instantly, and Sachs, understanding, he always did, plunged into an account of their adventures. "You should have been with us, Virgilius," he said, looking at me reproachfully. It was a wonderful voyage. We started shortly after noon, our ship accompanied by a fleet. The strong, fresh breeze of the cloud plains was delightful after the intense heat of the city. We sailed straight north, expecting to reach the Oxtas about sundown. But the committee erred when mapping out the route. This led over the battleground of the Octrogonus and the Portolilies, and for 3 mortal hours we dipped, circled, fluttering like a great buzzard, watching an engagement between the warring tribes. Our captain, a most obliging fellow, slyly detached his ship from the others, which, unaware, sailed peacefully on. But our traveling companions, when learning the cause of delay, immediately secluded themselves. The Centaurians, are cultured above war, and we had the whole deck to ourselves, occupying railing seats. It was a magnificent sight, Virgilius, magnificent. But warfare is pretty even on both sides of the globe. Here the chiefs, generals, lead in battle. Their great armies are drilled to mechanical perfection, in action compact, a gigantic unit, and boy, every last blessed one of them aimed and shot to kill. Sachs wondered how the principals escaped. "Looks bad for the aiming," murmured Sheldon. The Octrogonas were the fiercest, but the Portolilies were numerous. And though the young chief was superb, daring, he was gradually forced to retreat, which so enraged his army, discipline was trampled under. They rushed the enemy, and both sides fought like beasts. It was slaughter, horrible, yet differs not at all from what is going on continually in some portions of our world, Sachs growled. He scorned those high-sniffing Centaurians for their dastardly indifference, and declared the extermination of the magnificent savage a crime. For they're killing each other off as fast as they can, and the whole row over a couple of women. Sachs's indignation gradually calmed in the soothing enthusiasm of explaining how he'd manage affairs were he the head of the nation. But when Sheldon and Saunders started in with a few suggestions, his interest suddenly flagged, and he decided the people over here knew pretty well what they were about, though things did not seem quite straight to him. Still, the deep, far-sighted Centaurians were undoubtedly correct in their aloofness, and the war was no concern of ours anyhow. He didn't believe the colored races would ever become civilized anyway, but Portolili was the shrewdest egotist he'd ever met, and Octrogona the noblest ass. And, continued Sachs, our civilized and savage alike glows the one great flaming religion. All worship the powerful fiery god, and hostilities ceased the instant the sun went down. When we finally reached the Oxtas, it was glorious moonlight, but a glacial atmosphere. We had again invaded the frigid zone. The chill in the air was nothing compared to the killing frost nipping our reception, Sheldon blurted out. Our delight in carnage, Sally, me boy, made us lose prestige with the Centaurians. Yes, but a biting raw indifference produced a tremendous thaw, Sachs hastened to add. And I, for one, gazing at the weird grandeur of the rugged Oxtas, forgot those people and their advanced but narrow theories. They seemed petty, inconsequential, amid the vast wilderness of mighty boulders and unfathomable precipices. You should have been with us, Virgilius. Love can be indulged in any moment, but to view the Oxtas at full moon, magnificent. The far-reaching forest of cliffs have a singular spectral beauty, abundantly covered all the year round with a peculiar vivid green moss and pale tender shrubbery. It is spring always in the strange Oxtas. There are no seasons. Nothing matures or dies. Perpetual spring, with the blasting ice breath of the north, settled upon them for all time. Something wrong. The Oxtas are unwholesome. and Sheldon intends to explore the whole range. Shouldn't care to get lost up there, he continued. During my short stay, I had the shivers. There is an echo, an uncanny, maddening echo, which moans the length and breadth of the range with every little breeze. It starts with a roar, diminishes to a long, drawn-out whispering wail, as though something suffered mortal agony. No human brain could stand that any length of time. Then the water, Sheldon's great body of fresh water. It is marvelous, a magnet, an absorbent magnet from which nothing can stray and which eventually swallows everything. Possibly Sheldon's theory concerning this body of water is correct. It looks like a reservoir, the reservoir of the earth, surrounded with a wall of perpendicular glass cliffs, marred with gigantic fissures and crevices supposed to be the effect of time, and which Sheldon will explore at low tide. This strange, shoreless ocean rouses to fearful activity during the full of the moon, roaring, booming terrifically, while great mountainous billows dash furiously against the cliffs, boiling, swirling into the great fissures, then receding with a dull, hollow sound, which throws the dreadful haunting echo. The waves form deep whirlpools, then soar upward with such force and volume you think the water will reach the sky, then deluge the earth. Yet the glistening, silvery columns never break. It is monstrously impressive. I cautiously approached the edge of a crevasse, and when the water flooded high, lowered a goblet. Virgilius, it was the first time I ever tasted water in my life. Just what the article is we're accustomed to. Pure, sparkling, icy. I've brought a sample of the Otega to show you. He held a bottle to the light, but it looked so clear, I doubted if there was anything in it. The stopper was removed, and an attempt made to pour out the liquid. Instantly, we buried our noses, and Sachs hastily flung the bottle out the window. Of all the stenches! The water had been corked for hours, and the numerous gases combined in deadly fermentation. Sachs, very serious, gravely, but with the air of expecting dispute, expressed his opinion. The water would have exploded had it remained corked much longer, he remarked, which proves beyond question the correctness of my statements. It is of volcanic origin, and someday there'll be a terrific eruption. The ocean will vanish, with perhaps a mountain crowding its cavity. However, Sheldon, flushed and furious, sprang to his feet, loudly expostulating, but Sachs was prepared and replied pointedly. From their language, I knew it was an old argument, and had pretty nearly filled in the time since they viewed the Oxtas. Even Saunders took a hand mixing things generally, as he always did, and all three excitedly shouted in chorus like a trio of women. They made an awful din, but seemed happy, so I let them go it. Now why will people argue? It always creates discord, and each, at the end of the melee, believes more firmly in his own convictions. I sprawled contentedly in the broad window-sill flooded with sunlight, and drowsed in rapturous dreams, dreams only, but of the most glorious, wondrous creatures in the whole wide world. Heaven is brief. The ardent light gradually slanted chill, and roused by a sudden prolonged silence, I found my three friends suspiciously calm, but in a snorting mad condition. It was Saunders who had broken up the séance. He glowered at me and wondered if they were ever going to get anything to eat. These people certainly didn't expect him to keep any further engagements without nourishment. He'd been up all night fooling around that damned ocean and was exhausted, and he judged it must be near time for him to go somewhere with somebody too. Sachs and Sheldon coughed irritatingly, but further trouble was averted by the entrance of Mike, who solicitously inquired our wishes about dining. Famished, we all brightened up at the mention of dinner. A delicate meal was served, and Sheldon, his mouth full and good humor restored, suggested Mike's health, opining that Aladdin's genie wasn't in it with Mike. We agreed, and in thin glasses of oily greenish liqueur, Mike's health was freely toasted, varied occasionally with a send-off to ourselves and hobbies. "Yours, Sally," said Sheldon, alluding to the hobbies, "will ripen, mature, fade and decay in the glorious rays of satiety. But when the inevitable mellowness does occur, for heaven's sake, my dear boy, kill the pest. Don't develop into a plague." Sheldon actually believed himself witty, original, but remembering he'd been up all night and crabbed, I smiled, blandly thanking him for his advice, and reminded him that no matter how severe a case I developed, it wouldn't be catching. He seemed willing to drop the subject, but Saunders, evidently annoyed at my calmness, testily sputtered, "Oh, fiddle. Salucci, you waste your time. Love is a pastime, an inclination. Turn your attention to more profitable pursuits. We will never visit this portion of the world again. Women, love, oh bosh." Saunders made me thoroughly angry. I sprang up, bouncing with fury. "Gently, gently," murmured Sachs, laying a restraining hand upon me. Then, as though it were a subject we had been discussing right along, he proceeded to give out his plans for the future. Sheldon snickered, and Saunders' eyes twinkled, though his face retained its long, thoughtful expression. "A committee representing the government," continued Sachs placidly, "called upon me, armed with a request several yards long, signed by the most influential citizens of Centaur, including the old boy himself. I was assured that by presenting this country with a duplicate of the lost Propellier, I would confer a great and lasting benefit to this portion of the world. Also, it was gently hinted that the accompanying coaches, fitted up as we had them, would more than, etc., etc., etc. But the people feared to impose, and unlimited material would be supplied for construction. A house will be placed at my disposal, where I can enjoy the utmost seclusion. I accepted. Propellier number 1 was crude, full of defects. The new machine will present startling improvements. Look me up sometime, Virgilius. Don't allow the amorous pursuit to crowd out inventive qualities. And I say, boys, it seems we're settled in this land of Centauri for a good long time." "It looks that way," Sheldon agreed. "But we mustn't stay over the limit. I shouldn't relish being marooned in the ice regions." "We're not beggars for time," I told him. "Allowing 20 months for the return trip, we still have 3 years to our credit." Sachs reminded me that 3 years passed swiftly, then informed me he understood I was to remain at the palace, the honored guest of love, which had made me famous throughout Centauri. "You're the hero of the band," he bubbled. "These people have forgotten all about the grande passion themselves, and naturally believed the universe exempt. They regard you as a type, rare, valuable. The dailies give amazing suggestions on the subject, and gravely advise the organization of a new sect with love for its theme, and you the standard-bearer. Ahem. Good scheme. Read any of the papers yet?" "Nope," I answered sullenly. "Very diverting," he informed me. "Highly anarchistic in tone, but devoid of the feverish sensationalism affected by so many journals of our world. The news of Centaur is printed exquisitely clear upon odd parchment-like sheets. The editorials are brief, scintillating with wit, and powerfully impressive with honesty, sense, and simplicity. That sort of thing in our country would dwindle the subscriptions to bankruptcy." Suspicious, but not certain what Sachs might be driving at, and as I never sassed the gentleman, I cautiously promised to look over the journals he mentioned. Then, curious how the Centaurians had disposed of Sheldon, I asked him about his plans. Oh, I'll spend most of the time in the Oxtas, he told me. I am forced to prove my theories, which have roused universal discussion. 2 societies with conflicting views will occupy caves in the close vicinity of yours truly, just to watch the wonderful operations. Quartered with me will be a crew of doubters, delegates from various geological societies, who pretend to be assistants. The Oxtas abound in mysteries. Caves are innumerable, some tunneling far into the mountains, honeycombed with apartments. At one time, I understand, these mountains were level country, and the caves are ruins heaved up by some, awful eruption. Ahem, the Centaurians are remarkable people, but move slowly. Give us 6 centuries the start, and we'd have traced the body of water to the heart of the earth. Of course, I'm considered a crank, a huge joke, but these scientists are the most absurd set I've ever run across. One eloquent individual broadly hinted that a mania controlled me, and thought it extremely fortunate my attention was attracted to the Ortega Oceanlet, instead of to the boiling sea at the pivot. But I'm a brave gentleman, you know, the guest of Centauri, and at liberty to remove the Oxtas if disposed. He did not doubt should a Centaurian, alive with a watery hobby, stray to our side of the globe, reciprocal courtesies would be extended, and an ocean or 2 thrown in. Now what do you think of that? I laughed, everybody did, and shouted for a reply. I told them every argument indulged marked 1 year less of life, and that I would easily prove all my assertions. And Sally, I'll remain in those damned mountains till I prove one of 2 theories, Sax's or mine. I'll discover the source of that ocean and trace the great arteries which extend over the globe. Or it'll turn out a freak of nature, phenomenon, aftermath of something terrible. Sax's theory is very plausible. To some it would be the solution, but plausible theories are not always the correct ones. I'll look for you often, Sally. A change, you know, is a wonderful restorative. Oh, I'll run over occasionally, I promised. I believe in restoratives, but it doesn't always require a change. Bravo, bravo, he shouted, twirling his glass. Luck to Sally and his, dangerous enterprise. Blushingly, I drank deeply. Better accompany Sheldon when he starts for the mountains, Saunders advised. The polar scenery is no comparison to the fabulous Oxtas, and that freak ocean is the strangest, most unnatural sight man ever looked upon. I'll never go up there again, he added, unless with approaching dissolution I should meander. Spirits always hover over the places that haunt them, Theosophists whine. However, I'll need relaxation, and it's my intention to explore every portion of this continent before returning to my own. Probably I'll even join the expedition to the moon. This afternoon I go to the observatory to remain indefinitely, he continued. But lacking Sheldon's penetration, I still have to discover how I stand with my fellow scientists. We've already argued. They've been gaping at the pale planet for centuries, producing some marvelous maps and photographs, but are still in doubts about it. Opinions are varied, wondrous. Some believe it an old moon vanishing. Others that it's the young blaze of a new sun, and I'm the only one positive. This pink phosphorescence, Saunders assumed his lecture pose, is a new world forming, a twin world to Earth, speeding, crashing through space with mighty velocity, erratically circling this globe in continually narrowing rings to sure disaster. The stellar twins cannot escape collision. Then, either we absorb it or it absorbs. The infinite forms a mighty barrier against which all matter swirls, grinding void. Should Earth be the underworld, it forms the barrier impeding the mad rush of that splendid pale mystery which, as it approaches, absorbs all life, pulverizing this globe. Ahem. We don't need to worry about it, though. He chuckled comfortably, ignoring Sheldon, who muttered as though much relieved. "I see great work ahead," he continued happily. "In the science of the stars, we're about even with these people of mighty energy and boasted advancement. They follow a most complex system of astronomy. Possibly, when I've mastered the intricacies, I may perceive the wonderful progress claimed. At present, I believe my research is the most extended. Now, who's going with me to the observatory? Better all come and take a look around. You can return this evening." Sachs and Sheldon at once got busy with excuses. Before I could think up anything plausible, Mike ushered in several gentlemen whom Saunders greeted effusively. Introductions followed. I was presented as the gentleman who would accompany the party to the observatory. Glaring at Saunders, I bowed acquiescence. His colleagues eyed me curiously and slyly whispered, "The Virgilius." Sachs and Sheldon were urged to join the party, but their regrets were positive, and after a lively exchange of compliments, we departed. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 15. The observatory, an odd circular building all turrets and balconies, capped the summit of a lofty mountain, which rose abruptly out of the lovely bay surrounding the freak city of Centaur. The mystic, enchanting quality of this solitary mountain, with its dense forest of stunted trees and towering fort of science, fired the imagination with unwholesome ambition to accomplish grand impossibilities, and I longed to pierce the unknown and reveal the hidden light that gleams through the day and night. I told Saunders of my singular emotions. He sighed sympathetically and suggested astronomy, that impenetrable science which calms despondency in a profound realization of the sublime vastness of nothing. The marvels revealed through colossal telescopes fascinated me. Viewing countless worlds swirling through space, strange unknown planets bounding from dark obscurity, great globes of vapory fire churning for centuries and centuries, belching gigantic flashes, incited me to wild speculation, which ended in a positive conviction of the habitation of the moon. This great wan sphere to telescopic vision appeared like a far distant landscape. Lofty mountains, wide plains lined with flickering silvery spaces, were sharply outlined against a vast area of vapory whiteness, which alternated dark and light flaring at intervals, almost transparent. There is atmosphere, life, habitation upon the moon. The interesting planet was suddenly enveloped in a far-reaching roseate mist, drifting from the east, which flared in a wide arch of splendor, vibrating spiked streamers of violet brilliancy. And from the depths of this tinging glory, Saunders' weird, beautiful star slowly glided into view, absorbing the ruddy reflection, till reaching the zenith, the strange fiery disk glimmered with a deepening, unflinching pink. And I discovered Saunders' star was very trying to the eyes, yet the swift changing surface of the freakish planet fascinated. Amazed, I watched the intense rose nebulous gradually pale, then lift, revealing a luminous mottled globe, circled with a hoop of livid green flame which darkened ominously. A great black spot slowly widened, spread, and engulfed the strange orbit, which silhouetted against the flashing circle shone distinct, round as our globe. It was a remarkable sight, but a sudden sharp pain through the eyes abruptly ended observations. I blinked against the thousands of crimson and violet discs that assail those who have looked too long at the sun, and finally sought relief in frequent cold bandages and rest. Casually mentioning the matter to Saunders, he testily advised me not to do it again, give up astronomy, and return to Centaur, suggesting that I be quick about it. He didn't want to be bothered. I informed him of the result of my observations, to wit, that his phenomenal discovery was naught but a great mass of congealed vapor, subject to constant disturbances, and would eventually evaporate. Saunders argued conscientiously, bringing out maps, conducting me over zigzag astral routes, and explaining that at intervals the mystic planet underwent semi-eclipse. But had observations been continued, I would have noticed the oblong pink nebulous soar above the dark obstruction, and caught a glimpse of an exquisite roseate scenery that was instantly obscured in thick, rolling, fiery clouds. I let him do most of the talking. He was more up on the subject than I. But his explanations were long, tedious, and thoroughly wearied me. I decided to give up astronomy. Yes, sir, I had all I wanted of astronomy, but insisted that my suppositions were as acceptable as any. No one knows more about it than the other, which is a mercy. The science is an unfathomable mystery, guesswork. We are one in trillions, the neighboring lights wandering for eternity as we do, and forming all manner of wild conclusions. I soon discovered the stargazing clique regarded Saunders much as the National Geographical Geological Societies regarded Sheldon. Saunders was not considered a crank exactly, but he was primitive, ludicrous. His statements, theories, were received with suppressed merriment. For diversion, the wise ones propounded the most impossible problems, till Saunders, like the scientist who once driven almost mad, trying to solve the unsolvable, seized his grandson and burdened the undeveloped mind with the improbable. The simple straightforwardness of tender faculties, foreign of worry, shredded intricacies, and revealed the emptiness of all mysteries. In this manner, Saunders patiently answered all queries, and at the same time delivered himself of a rare truth. A scientist, he informed them, will sometimes, in the course of experiment, chance upon a meteoric speck problem, which immediately he buries deep beneath a heap of scientific rubbish. Then an absorbed contemplation of shadows that stretch inquiringly forgets all about it. A mighty problem develops with flickering memory, and in a vain attempt to recall what is lost forever, researchers are invited to delve into that which takes centuries of martyred concentration to realize. Wasted inspiration never returns. Occasionally in this life, the problem seeker is rewarded. Then he wonders why, and if it was worth a life of probing. I don't blame them, said Saunders confidentially. It is a wise man who makes of every task diversion. To some extent, I suppose I represent what they were centuries ago, and the wide difference that does exist they chose to overlook. But I'll accomplish in less than 3 months what they've been experimenting upon with failure for over 50 years. And Saunders was not at all deceived how he stood with the clientele. Of one thing I was positive, Sachs, dear old Sachs, was equal to his surroundings. His domineering intellect commanded respect, and had no superior. How I was regarded by these wise men did not concern me. They were too advanced to meet my views, and interested me as little as I did then. Before returning to Centaur, I thoroughly explored the strange mountain island. Declining to descend in the pulley coaches, which darted down the mountainside at regular intervals, I made my way to a narrow footpath, hewed in the rocks by centuries of travel. I was accompanied part of the way by one of the professors, who, probably anxious to be rid of me, suddenly decided I didn't interest him nohow, and with remarkable speed returned to the summit. I was glad the old boy and his prosy talk were out of the way, as both had frequently made me lose my footing, and having reached a point where the path widened and travel was made easier by natural steps formed in the cliffs, I was soon upon level ground, a broad open road about 50 feet wide circling the base of the mountain like a racetrack and enclosed with a high fortress-like wall. Perched haphazardly among the cliffs were odd-looking, mound-shaped stone huts, painted in all the soft tints of the rainbow. The effect was ridiculously like a huge toy, a great cone of giant marbles. I walked entirely around the mountain before encountering anything alive, and had decided to make a second trip, when just ahead, advancing rapidly, I spied the figure of a woman, tall, lithe, graceful. I hastened forward, then stopped, gasped, and bared my head before the lovely child, for she was little more. She stopped also and gazed at me with frank, curious eyes. A faint smile curved the perfect mouth. The face was bewitching in its undeveloped, innocent beauty. She held out her hand in welcome. "Your name?" she asked. "With pleasure," I responded. "And yours?" "Abella," she answered simply. "But I was sure you were the Virgilius. I never heard of With Pleasure before." She laughed merrily, and beneath the searching hazel eyes my face flushed. "I am Virgilius," I hastened to inform her. "Virgilius Salucci." "The Virgilius!" she cried in triumph. "I knew I could not be mistaken." "Ah," she sighed ecstatically, "the Virgilius! He who braved the dead north, that he might see the women of Centauri and impel them to revive the lost art." This was one way of putting it, but not exactly what I crossed the pole for. I gazed with bold admiration at the beautiful young woman. She seemed unaware of my warm glances, and as she took my arm, smilingly inviting me to go with her, no mock-modest blush marred the delicate transparency of her skin. The women of Centauri do not blush. They have nothing to blush for. Abella led me to the side of the mountain facing Centaur, then escorted me up a long flight of steps and into one of the huge emerald-tinted marbles. A man, busy mending fishnets, glanced up as we entered, then hurriedly advanced to meet us. Abella gently pushed me forward and presented the Virgilius to her husband. He greeted me cordially. A massive fellow, head and shoulders above me, and I a tall man. A fine man, but how did he come by such a lovely wife? For, according to the matrimonial system of this land, these two were not mates. Abella, aside from the peerless Alpha, was the loveliest morsel of femininity I had seen in this land of beautiful women. I contrived to see a great deal of her during my stay at the observatory. I would descend to the village in the early morning, and not return to the summit till the stars were out. I sketched the girl in many poses. Features such as hers could be naught but beautiful, however criminal the artist, and became very friendly with the husband, a typical Centaurian, whose password was equality. This brawny fisherman had a wonderful flow of language. His intelligence was deep. He knew when he had talked enough, a science many have still to master on our side of the world. The man was a magnificent specimen of the strange, soulless nature of his race. Under circumstances that would have driven me mad with doubt and irritation, he was calm, serene. He permitted his young, lovely wife to spend hours in the society of one famous as Cupid. Distorted in his mind, love was a grotesque, fantastic bauble, a fabulous folly, Yet he claimed love was not altogether unknown to him. It filled a good space in the history of his ancestors, and during childhood, when the nights were long and wintry, he had been greatly diverted with charming, impossible tales of tenderness. He frankly told me my undertaking was most difficult. Love could not be resurrected. The dead were dead forever. My tuition was undoubtedly excellent, and possibly I possessed the approved modern methods, but he knew the women of Centauri, and they would tire of the study ere they mastered the rudiments. Only once did he exhibit any warmth or enthusiasm, and were I not positive he was incapable of passion, I would have declared him enamored with the priestess of the sun. Her name, accidentally mentioned, inspired ecstasy. She was divine, and he worshipped her. But between love and worship, there is a universe of difference. His wife presented the inevitable. She was his affinity, his mate, his fate. He was not indifferent, but she was not divine. They led a smooth, even, contented life together, and I am willing to wager he never cursed his idiocy for wedding, nor did she wonder daily what had become of her reason at the critical period. But in this strange, unnatural world, the old Italian adage is worn threadbare. A woman is beautiful till she crosses the threshold of her husband's home. Then she's good all the rest of her days. Translation ruinous. The artistic but practical fisherman had, before possession, appreciated the ravishing beauty of Abella. These people did not differ so much from us. True, we could love, but preferred not to, whereas they were bereft of inclination. Still, the grand finale was marvelously similar. Possession killed desire. I had the audacity to show Abella some of my sketches. She examined them critically, and as the Centaurians are devoid of passion, so are they above deceit. This simple little fisher girl told me I was not an artist, that my work was crude and lacked character. She took me to her brilliant, overturned teacup of a home, and showed me some of her crayons and pastels. The artist had a bold, strong stroke, rather remarkable in a woman, but taken all in all, Abella did not excel in art any more than I did. Landscape was her forte, as it is with all women. At once I recognized the artistically crooked lines trailing across the faint horizon. Women are more clever than men. They rarely attempt what is beyond them. Continual failure, due to overtaxation of capabilities, is entirely a masculine trait. I was quite frank with Abella, and she was wonderfully patient. Women of my world ostracize unfavorable criticism. The spontaneous critic embroils and is always a bore. Abella told me she lacked talent, but that she was beautiful. And how do you know? I asked stupidly. My husband is the most famous artist in the world, and he has told me. Excellent, I cried. If that mode were only popular in my land, vice would become extinct. But we have not mastered the divine power of resistance. We shrivel in egotism, and love, the genuine thrill is as much a myth in my land as in yours, is recognized as the most malignant form of insanity. Marriage is the remedy which produces merciful reaction. Truly are the men of Centauri wise. Their wives are ever beautiful, though unloved. Abella threw up her hands. How very strange, and how very unhappy you all must be, she cried. The dear child. So interesting to converse with one who cannot understand. Beautiful, tedious, the two always go together. Yet I had been detained a week. Undaunted by Abella's frankness, I offered my sketches to the artist-fisherman for examination. He smiled indulgently, looked them over, and desired them all, offering in return any one from his wonderful collection. I agreed and followed him to the top of his mound-shaped home, entering a room strong with the odor of oil and paint. It was the workshop of an artist. A studio is quite another place. Near the window, upon an easel, was a half-finished painting of sky, storm clouds, with a background of thunderous, rolling, flame-tinged vapor, the sudden red of a storm sun that no artist has yet mastered. The picture was powerfully impressive. The fisherman was a master, his aim, individuality. But I could not admire his ideal of feminine beauty. He was the creator of a type, elongated, somber, gaunt, thick-lipped. Yet in these impossible faces was that which could not be found in one woman's face in all of Centauri: soul. The artist had a cunning skill. He was able to depict that which he lacked. I looked in vain for a trace of the delicate loveliness of his wife, but in all the work scattered about the walls, there was not one sketch of Abella. He asked me if I had noticed his work in the salon. I told him I had not yet visited the salon. My work is conspicuously hung, he informed me. You cannot overlook any of it. I am the only painter in Centauri who refrains from defacing canvases with initials. I come from a long line of artists. Necessity made us fishermen. Yet each in his time was the foremost painter of his age. I am that today. Success is the heritage. Those divinely gifted with genius strive for fame, glory alone. To barter that speck of gold which the sun's rays burned in us is sacrilegious. Soul, blind my eyes forever to your golden brilliancy. I would as soon think of selling my wife, Abella. And when you have reached fame, glory, what? I asked. You do not understand, he quickly replied. It is not momentary fame we seek. Immortal fame is the goal we all strive for. But all who are famous cannot be immortal, yet each believe immortality the just reward. Even Alpha, the superb, yearns for immortal fame, and is wasting her gorgeous youth in the effort. He turned to a huge stone chest or vault set in the wall. Unbolting the door, he invited me to enter. There was sufficient light from the outer room, and I saw shelves reaching from floor to ceiling, laden with parchment canvases carefully covered with oil silk. Stored on those shelves are rare works of art representing the endless toil of my ancestors, explained the fisherman. All were famous, but one only attained immortality. You have been to the museum? He asked, drawing down a small canvas from an upper shelf. Possibly you saw this picture while there. It is a portrait of Alpha I. This is the original, he continued. History tells us Alpha I reigned during the era of love, and the renowned painter Francesco was deeply enamored with her. But in a mood of exaltation she renounced love, and went in bondage to culture, and Francesco the painter died of a wounded heart. Culture opened a new epoch in this great world of ours, but brought down malignant wrath upon Alpha I, who, being advanced beyond her era, ignored the petulance of inferiors. To her the Centaurians are indebted for the grand, vigorous race of today. Alpha I did not long survive Francesco the artist, whose reward for deep suffering and anguish is immortality. I became deeply interested in the many treasures stored in the Iron Room, but the work of the living artist surpassed them all. He threw up his arms and laughed when I asked to see some of his sketches of Abella. She is beautiful, but does not inspire, he told me. I fail when I attempt to portray Abella. Life, animation is her beauty. Repose, the death mask. Landscape is beautiful on canvas, but never reaches the beauty of reality. Those women up there that I know you do not admire have made me famous. He referred to the gaunt, dark-visaged ideal. All Centauri recognizes them as the type of a perverted age, he continued, showing this race has lived through and conquered degeneration. Those faces are arch, subtle, perfectly beautiful. To study them is fascinating. The scowling brows arch, the eyes take deeper tinges, and the lips, ah. I turned away, smiling, muttering in jest. He advised me when I returned to Centaur to visit the salon. There I would find a portrait of Abella, which impressed but gave dissatisfaction, lacking that which made Abella a beautiful woman. He opened an exquisitely carved cabinet, and taking out an oblong leather case, remarked that this was some of his first work. Then, without warning, he thrust before me a portrait of Alpha Centauri. I gasped. Skill. Powers above. Alpha Centauri stood before me, marvelously beautiful, enveloped in a broad stream of golden light, devout, with eyes and arms raised heavenward, in the temple of the sun. I am not certain how I acted. Men in love are usually maudlin. I had been away a long time, must return, must see, speak with her at once. I implored, begged for the portrait. The man stared at me in amazement, then quietly closed the case and pressed my hand upon it. The picture was mine. He pitied, yet could not understand. As we parted, he murmured, "Very unfortunate. Great passion wasted. The women of the great family are sacred. The men only mate." He invited me to call again, hoping that I would find leisure from my many engagements to promise him at least one visit before returning to my own country. His seeming sincerity was very complimentary. Flattery is a strong point with the Centaurians. I found Abella waiting for me in the vestibule, seated in a wide, deep-silled window overlooking the bay. Beautiful Abella. She had ceased to interest me. "You have been long," she murmured, "but the work is wonderful." "Your husband is a master," I replied. She looked happy, gratified, and asked me to be seated, pointing to the place beside her. I declined, then with the brutality of indifference, told her I was going, would return to Centaur that evening. "So soon?" she gasped, a startled expression coming to the sweet eyes. Then she turned aside and in cold tones told me she regretted my departure. It was enough. I should have gone, but the situation tantalized gallantry. No man could have left her like that. I drew the girl to me and slowly raised her arms till they rested around my neck. "Abella," I whispered, "you are sad that I go?" She raised the lovely eyes brimful of tears. The sweet mouth with its full red lips quivered, drooped, and was very close. "Abella," I murmured. Then our lips met in a long, long kiss. Her first kiss of love. Ah, but she was beautiful. With a low cry, she darted from me, and with her face well averted, bade me go. "Go," she muttered. "Go to Alpha Centauri." With the name of the woman I worshipped, reason returned. Without a word, I left her forever. Abella was completely forgotten in the exciting events that followed. Possibly I acted wrong, but was innocent of harm and did none. True, Abella had met with an experience few women of Centauri ever encounter, but I knew her brilliant eyes would be dimmed but a few minutes after my departure, and in a very little time I would cease to be anything but a remembrance, a pleasant remembrance, circling in dreamy mist till submerged, obliterated. Abella and all the women of this strange land are devoid of depth, which is the secret of their great beauty. Nothing affected them. The perfect surface challenged contact with the cold hardness of gems. Ills glanced aside, leaving a placid, flawless mask. I shall always remember Abella, but knew she had forgotten me long before I left her wonderful and unnatural world. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 16. Saunders, whom I had not seen for several days, met me as I returned to the observatory. Undoubtedly one of his pet experiments had gone awry, for he was peevish and spoiling for a fight. He very frankly informed me he didn't want me around any more, that arrangements were completed to start that evening upon a gigantic piece of work, and no idlers wanted. "And I've spied the attraction," he snapped. "Clear out. This is no place for such tomfoolery." "But Saunders," I interrupted. "Nonsense," he cried. "Don't deny it. I won't have any tomfoolery around here." "Oh, bosh. I return to Center tonight anyhow," I told him. "And no harm done. They're different here." "Tomfoolery, all tomfoolery," he grumbled, shaking his head obstinately. An hour later, in company with a number of gentlemen, I boarded a ship bound for Center. Saunders puttered around for fear by some mishap I might be left behind. But when we were ready to start, he affectionately clasped my hand and informed me that I was used to his crabbedness, and that it was out of gear for a crusty old chap to be in sympathy with nonsense. If his plan succeeded, he would be detained at the observatory only a month. Then it was his intention to travel. He wanted me to run over to see him whenever I had spare time. I promised in order to get him off the ship, as he delayed departure. We reached Center early in the evening. The city, brilliant with lights, presented a gala appearance. The glowing houses were gaudily festooned with banners and greens, and from all floated the colors of Centauri. The streets were canopied with flags formed in arches. When I reached the palace, I knew some great event was taking place. The immense building was ablaze with lights, and draped across the stately entrance, swaying gracefully in the light breeze, was a flag of yellow shimmering material with a huge black crescent cutting the center. The gardens were crowded with courtiers and guards, who pranced and swaggered in gay, fantastic costumes. I was observed at once, and way was made for me. I heard my name carried from lip to lip, and was gazed at with curiosity, bordering on impertinence. In the usually deserted halls of the palace stalked bold, dashing cavaliers, who saluted me respectfully as I entered, but uttered irreverent undertones, which they thought I could not understand. In confusion I stumbled over my own feet, then became enraged at the cruel guffaws only half suppressed. With relief I spied Mike's familiar face as he hurried to meet me, and with unnecessary speed rushed me to my apartments and immediately proceeded with my toilet. I was shaved, anointed, curled, my hands dipped in scented water. I felt so effeminate. "You are to present yourself at once to Alpha Centauri," said Mike, hence my haste. "She expected me to arrive this evening?" I gasped eagerly. "No," Mike answered. "She gave this order when you departed, doubtless expecting your early return, then forgot all about it. But I obey. There is great rejoicing in the city, and much doing in the palace." "What's going on?" "The king of the Vespa Belt has honored us with his long-promised visit," he replied. "The king?" I cried. "What king? I thought Centauri ruled over all this land." "He does," Mike informed me, "but not the Crescent Belt, separated from us by the great ocean, and comprising 1/3 of this half of the globe. Like the dark races, the white people have divided into two. They are wonderful, these people of the Vespa Belt, so-called, because in war they cling together and fight like hornets. But civilization is slow with them. They do not progress and are ruled by the passions. They still love, hate, and still have their king, who, however, is good, wise, and rules through kindness. He is a descendant of the resolute, daring, immortal Benliol, who abolished the army and navy. We think a great deal of the Vespa people. They regard us with affection, and in time will join us. Centauri has often visited the Vespa Belt, but this is the first time Benliol ever stepped upon Centauri soil. He has some mighty scheme, or he would never take the trip over the great ocean at his age. He greatly surprised us, heralding his approach just 12 hours ahead with gigantic flaring images of himself across a midnight sky. But we gave him a royal welcome. Centauri is with your friend, the famous Sheldon, in the Oxta Mountains. He has been apprised of the king's visit, and is expected any moment. Benliol has been with us 2 days, the guest of Alpha Centauri." "What's the mysterious motive back of the king's visit?" I asked. "The unification of the white race," answered Mike. "So you told me before," I snapped. "How does he intend to accomplish it?" "Marriage," was the monosyllabic reply. God, a sudden weakness came over me, and my head sank heavily upon the back of the chair. Mike turned aside, his action irritated me, and impatiently I bade him continue with his news and omit nothing. The king wishes the hand of Alpha Centauri in marriage for his son, Prince Benliol. They are all Benliols, you know, Mike explained. Should the marriage take place, the Vespas and Centauries are one, but never in the history of the great family have the feminine members mated. They are divine, and all, at a certain age, are with much pomp and festivity publicly wedded to the sun. Alpha Centauri became the bride of the sun 10 years ago. The men of the great family mate with whom they please. The mother of Alpha was an octogona, fairer than her race and surpassingly beautiful. Progression is wonderful. It makes simple the impossible. A century ago, such a union as now contemplated would have been looked upon as sacrilegious. Now it is considered. Alpha Centauri is the last of her name. Should she die unmated, the great family becomes extinct. The marriage may take place, but the priestess of the sun is a superb enigma, unapproachable, elusive as the star which guides the destiny of her family. I ceased being a fool. Bah, the man gossiped. Yet I drank eagerly the greenish liqueur handed to me. It warmed my chilled blood. The color flushed my face, and boldly I mingled with the jolly Vespas that had invaded the palace. I hurried down the crowded rooms, oblivious of the curious glances leveled upon me. Alpha Centauri stood at the gates of her miniature forest of exotic plants and perfumed lakes. I marveled at the wondrous woman. Never had she seemed so exquisitely beautiful, gorgeously gowned, covered with blazing gems, even coiled midst the raven locks rippling to her feet, yet crowned with the dull gold cap, symbol of the sun. But the woman was changed. The glorious eyes, heavy-lidded, always veiled, now flashed with brilliant intellectuality. The sweet lips parted in a gracious smile, and her form swayed with gentle grace in conversation. Alpha Centauri was transformed into a glorious creature of the earth. The cold, repellent, mystical sphinx was no more, and it was I who had forced her from her pedestal into the pulsing, passionate arms of life. She was mine. I created her, the fabulous creature of my dreams. The ideal was realized. Fears vanished. I was confident, supreme. The force of my adoration would draw this woman to me, as now my ardent glances drew her eyes to mine. The fair face flushed, and impulsively she threw out her arms in glad welcome. I hurried to her, yet my quick glance embraced the man beside her. Father Neptune, as I live, giant in form with heavy locks and beard, gross, flushed, jolly, with sharp pale eyes that flashed intense admiration upon the lovely girl at his side. Alpha murmured a welcome as I raised her hand to my lips, then presented me to the king of the Vespa Belt. He extended his hand graciously, and in condescension resembled all the little kings of my world. He spoke in a deep bass, and gave me to understand he was pleased to meet the Virgilus who came from the other side, while his sharp little eyes plainly asked, "And what the devil did you come for?" But he was an entertaining old boy, a clever raconteur. His forceful manner and rather coarse wit rolled around an eloquent tongue, compelling laughter, though one should not. He thoroughly enjoyed his own risque jests, and I never heard the finale of a racy affair wherein figured a dishevelled damsel and a ship in mid-air fluttering disastrously, for sudden cheers and shouts of "Centauri!" rang from the gardens and echoed through the great halls. People crowded to the windows and into the vestibule, but the throngs hushed and parted as old Centauri entered, tall, grave, with heavy dignity. I tarried not to watch the greeting between the two great men, but drew Alpha deeper into her ethereal forest, far amid dim lights and slumbering birds, the air heavy with pungent odors of strange blossoms. She sank upon a mossy couch. With a sigh of ecstasy I flung myself at her feet. "You did miss me a little?" I asked. She smiled softly and gazed musingly at me. "Yes, a little," she finally answered. "I wanted someone to talk to who would understand. I've spent hours in idleness and dreams, yet have not wasted time. I have formed plans, brilliant plans for the future, which appears rosy and hopeful. The chill of cold facts are freed from my being. The world is brighter, gayer. I am wondrously beautiful, and have discovered there is happiness, much happiness, in foolishness. Virgilus, my whole life has changed. Now I live, and would not return to the old existence for a world full of knowledge. I am raised supreme in vast expectations. I worship, an image of my brain. I love deeply, wholly, a man I've never seen." She leaned back against a giant plant and with voluptuously uplifted arms smiled the smile of selfishness, wrapped in her own passion, cruelly oblivious to the despair she inflicted. "Yes," she continued, "I have learned the lesson. I have mastered the science of love, the key to all emotion, the passion root of humanity, which a universe of knowledge cannot wither. Yet does my faith follow me in this new life. Soul is my God, and the God of the universe, immortality the supreme reward. This phantom which inspires me exists, it is ordained we meet. There is a wave of emotion deeper, stronger than mine, so powerful my soul is drawn from me. I visited the laboratory this morning, the first visit in days. The valuable liquid of eternal youth had evaporated, the ingredients clung to the side of the vessels in fine powder. All was a dead loss, the work of years in ruins, yet I felt no regret, and while I mused upon the sinful waste and wondered at my indifference, I was startled by a rushing, flooding noise, and the dense white film which suddenly descended, clouding my sight, but fear quieted in silvery sweet sounds. Then gradually the mist floated, undulated, and shaped into a hovering indistinct form that beckoned. With a shriek I regained my senses. And Virgilus, though our souls met, communed in the laboratory, I imagined I was here, alone with my flowers and birds. We meet here, my affinity. I am impatient. For the second she forgot me entirely in some sweet reverie, then with a start roused herself. The lovely face changed sharply, and I was jarred by that conventional laugh that chills. She rose hastily. "Come, Virgilus," she commanded, "return with me. We should never have dallied in this dim retreat." She hurried forward. I sprang to my feet and followed her. "Alpha," I called, catching her arm. "King Benliel, what message does he take to his son, the prince?" For an instant she seemed puzzled. Then her great eyes blazed scornfully. "I am the priestess of the sun," she cried. "I worship a god. My descendants shall unite the white races." She hurried away, and I sighed with relief, but chuckled gleefully as I thought of the chagrin of old Benliel. He and Centauri had left the hall hours ago, presumably to discuss affairs of state. I joined the group surrounding the fair priestess of the sun, and edged my way to her side. The guests were departing reluctantly. I thought they would never go, but at last Alpha and I remained alone in the great, brilliantly lit rooms. "Good night, Virgilus," she murmured, as I raised her hand to my lips. "Come on the morrow as early as you wish. I will tell you of my plans." She tried to free her hand, then smiled softly. The tender light in her eyes emboldened me. I drew her to me and flung my arms around her. "You who love so deeply and truly," I whispered, "why, Alpha, are you so cruel to me?" "Oh, you do not understand love at all," she interrupted, quickly passing from my embrace. "You do not willingly love. You were forced into it. And you love a woman. With you, love is passion, desire, recreation. You will outlive it and love as deeply again. In your mind is ample space for other thoughts. You are not my affinity. It was not destined we should mate. I adore till death, and for the sake of adoring, it is absolute. I love a god, perfect mentally, physically. Should the substance lack either perfection, it is fate, and I'll be true to the shadow. Ah, Virgilus, I am not ungrateful. I do not forget it is to you I owe this wondrous new existence, and, well, it is late. I will see you in the morning. All women have ideals. Those lacking this sweet sentiment are not worth winning. Alpha, the beauteous, was only a woman after all, passionately enamored with an ideal she would never meet. An ideal? Fiddlesticks! I inspired this passion for a shadow. Alpha Centauri is mine. I created her. End of section 19. Read by Philip Erickson, Okemos, Michigan.
Section number 20 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 17. The heat was intense. It was impossible to remain in my rooms, and my nerves were at such tension that I decided to hunt up Sax for relaxation. I knew I would find him awake and busy. He always worked at night, declaring the brain was clearer, more vigorous during the dark hours, and that all great ideas had been figured out by candlelight. I softly stepped into the hall. The dim lights flickered in a slight draught. All seemed silent. Yet distinctly a low murmur of voices reached me. I hurried down the broad vista of shining stairs. The bronze entrance stood wide as always. There were no sentinels in this wondrous land of harmony. As I neared the grand vestibule, the voices raised aloud, discordant in angry dispute, and I paused in astonishment. A brilliant light suddenly flared from the audience, or throne room, where royal magnificence defied comparison. A sultry silence, followed by the rustling of silks, warned me I had barely time to conceal myself behind the huge fluted column which supported the dome, when a door swung wide and Alpha Centauri stepped out, her bearing that of a queen, a disdainful, arrogant queen. By her side was the Vespa King, wild with rage. In the rear Centauri stood, arms uplifted in dismay and bewilderment. "At least meet Prince Benliel," snorted the angry king, trying to detain her. Alpha gazed scornfully upon him. "I do not refuse to meet the prince," she answered, "but shall be absent from Center indefinitely. However, when I return, we'll give him an audience." "Bah!" scoffed the king, unable to control his fury. "Leave the veneer for publicity. We are alone. Be natural. You must meet my son, and cold, superior as you think you are, you will—" Quickly she raised her hand, commanding silence. "Useless," she told him. "You have my decision. I am the priestess of the sun, and shall never wed." She walked slowly away. The king watched her with bulging eyes, too furious for speech. Suddenly she turned and flashed him a brilliant smile. "My greetings to Prince Benliel. Should he ever visit Center, a royal welcome awaits him." She courtesied deeply in mockery. The interview was at an end. The king stamped with rage and would have followed her, but Centauri remonstrated and drew him into the room, gently closing the door. Alpha paused, shrugged her shoulders, and glanced disdainfully at the closed door. "The prince of the Vespa belt. Oof," she muttered. Then she flung her arms high and whispered in adoration, "I am true, faithful, yours entirely." Her eyes closed in passionate ecstasy. A smile of exquisite joy stole over the lovely features. As in a dream she proceeded on her way. I watched till she passed from view. She had learned the lesson well. An apt pupil who had not been taught, who had never forgotten. Remembrance had tarnished. A slight pressure upon the fabulous spring, and the sensitive wires vibrated with rejuvenated vigor. "Hooray! Return to your belt, O Vespa King. Sick." Accosting the first pedestrian, I inquired the way to Professor Saxlander. Following directions, I soon reached Sax's dwelling, which was brilliantly lit from top to bottom. The house seemed all frontage, wide, flat, and very shallow. I touched a conspicuous knob. The door startled me, as, clanging violently, it slid up. There stood Sax at the far end of the hall waiting for the intruder, but seeing me he shouted welcome. "Thought you intended to stay for good with Saunders," he told me after the greeting. "What consumed the time? Surely not Saunders." "Never mind, tell it to me later. The Centaurians do things in style. My workshop is a great improvement upon the old one, but, confidentially, Virgilius, give me the attic every time. There the ideas came without wasting hours thinking them up. This luxury inspires yawns. I don't see how these people ever made such rapid headway." And Sax was right. The place resembled a lady's boudoir, all silken cushions, soft carpets, and rainbow tints. "But it's pleasant to rest here when I'm tired," he continued. "I don't object to the frippery. It's all in a lifetime. The rear is serious enough." "And breeches more comfortable, eh, Sax?" I nudged him. "No comparison, my boy," he replied. "I'm done with petticoats. A man can't do anything in them but try to look pretty. No wonder women spend most of their lives primping. It's the petticoats. I've found a tailor who knows his business. Imagine us returning to our own land rigged up in the sort of thing you've got on." "Yes, sir. I feel like Saxlander now. Sheldon's done the same thing. Says the climate of the Oxus is too arctic for tights." I decided to don trousers again. "Yes," Sax advised. Bundle the drapery out. It makes you look like the bearded lady. Now for the propeller. The new machine is a great improvement upon the old one. The defects of the first are remedied in the second. Don't advertise it. He showed me 2 or 3 tiny wheels, several great long screws and rivets, and 2 gigantic pieces of filigree work cast in glittering metal. Pure gold, he informed me, cast in crystal molds over a furnace of electricity. It took me several days planning and figuring for the molds, yet by George, the factory delivered them in a few hours. That's rapid work for you. Molds should always be of crystal. But the gold, I interrupted. Is the whole machine to be cast in gold? Of course. What of it? He cried. It's manufactured by wholesale and on the market like lumber. Look here. He opened the adjoining room and showed me the gold stacked up in blocks ready for use. Is it absolutely pure? I asked. Well, he replied, it's stood every test I've made upon it. Beyond doubt it's the same article that's so scarce on our side. I held out for steel, but the durability of gold was pointed out, and it was explained the propeller would be in the museum for all time, and gold was the metal. I wouldn't argue with them. They are going to publish books with exquisite illustrations, the date and details of when Podolili first sighted us in the car. Little guidebooks will be issued, explaining all about the strange little steel car and gold propeller presented to the people of Centauri by the renowned Professor Saxlener. Renowned Saxlener sounds first-rate. Ahem. Now look at this. He opened a small box stuffed with silk floss and took out a huge diamond, the size and shape of a pecan, and of dazzling brilliancy. For the propeller, he explained. A perfect gem without a flaw, yet not genuine. Yes, Virgilius, the Centaurians have discovered the secret. This stone is as perfect as any ever taken from the mines. Before returning home I shall master the intricate combination of gold blocks and diamonds. Nearly all the genuine gems of Centauri have been placed in the museum. The manufactured article is the standard. Man's ingenuity is rated invaluable. Notice the ruby. It contains a fire never seen in the most famous gems of our world. But the stone that defies penetration is the emerald. It guards its secret well and is very rare. Many have attempted to produce the stone and turned out fairly good imitations, but imitation was failure. A perfect emerald must be produced. Half a century ago, a noted scientist delved into the mystery of the emerald. In his efforts to get ahead of competitors, he experimented upon the sacred emerald loaned to him from the museum and actually reduced it to liquid. Old Centauri was sent for and found the scientist frantically trying to analyze the liquid, under the impression it would shortly petrify again, but, to the amazement of both, the strange greenish liquid dwindled and evaporated. That ended the emerald problem with the scientist. He succumbed to an ailment unknown to physicians, and it is believed he inhaled the emerald. Scientists declare the fatal incident analyzed the emerald. The gem is composed of congealed poisonous gases petrified. The Emerald Man became famous because he came nearer solving the green mystery, but his secret died with him. When pressed to divulge, he replied, "My experiment failed. Had I produced the perfect stone, the knowledge would have been free to all. I produced nothing and lost the emerald, as I feared I would. Failures are enervating, should remain obscure. The time in this sphere is too short to ponder over them." Sax told me many curious things about the Centaurians and their wonderful discoveries. We talked till daybreak. He made me promise to visit him daily and be useful, but it was several months before Sax and I met again. I returned to the palace and wandered in the gardens, waiting impatiently for the summons from Alpha Centauri. But I was disappointed. Though I sent many messages, she refused to see me that day and, womanlike, gave no reasons. I idled the glorious morning away in the gardens, then towards noon started for the city in quest of Sax's intelligent tailor. The man seemed to regard my order as an honor, and to my request promised to give it his personal attention, and I would have the garments as early as I desired. He informed me the costume was ancient, but occasionally seen on the stage, and there was a general impression the mountaineers of the Vespa belt still wore it. He took my measure and again promised to accommodate me at the earliest possible moment. I decided the next time Alpha and I met she would behold a gentleman of the period of my world. Strolling leisurely about the city, pondering upon the advisability of visiting Sax again, I suddenly sighted a tall, majestic building, whose portal stood wide with a gigantic statue of the angel genius, smiling a welcome. It was the salon, and remembering the artistic fisherman in Farabella, I entered the gallery with much curiosity. I remained till sundown. The fisherman's work was above and beyond anything in the gallery, not for merit, but originality. He aimed at the mysterious, the startling, and charmed the imagination. An artist who daringly flings upon the world a picture of dull sky and half-obscured moon is a master. Originality is the child of imagination, fame the blossom. There were many clever artists in this strange land, possibly more clever than the extraordinary fisherman, but their work lacked individuality and paled into insignificance before the wild combination of vivid, gaudy shades blended by the greatest artist in the world. But as I viewed the portrait of the beauty Isabella, my admiration for her husband's art dwindled considerably. In the pink and white, simpering portrait the artist betrayed his lack of skill. He failed utterly to produce Abella's delicate archness and made her loveliness a type to compare with his strange ideal of pervertedness. A long panel canvas revealed the dark-browed, intense reduction posed impossibly statuesque. Deep, gloomy, intelligent eyes, the whole vivid with that which was lacking in the painted prettiness of Abella. It was a masterstroke placing the two side by side, the one fair, smiling, shallow, the other dark, wintry, magnetic. The failure was obscure. The ideal charmed the eye and attention. I was wondering which type I admired when startled by the sudden flare of lights in the building, the signal of the setting sun, and instantly forgot all types but one and hurried away in happy anticipation. I found Mike greatly perturbed. He told me everyone in the palace had been thrown in great confusion by the tempestuous king of the Vespa belt. Alpha Centauri honors the traditions of her family, he informed me. She proclaims herself priestess of the sun, and that her celestial duties do not include the unification of the white race. King Benliel departed at sundown. Friendly relations between the two countries are at an end. Centauri and his daughter escorted the wrathy king to his ship. In loud, excited tones, he told them the prince would visit Centaur. "Greetings," Alpha replied. "The people of Centaur will welcome the prince when honored by his presence." Her stateliness, serenity, superiority to the man before her, it was sacrilegious to dream of mating her with the son of such a barbarian. Mike waxed indignant. Centauri watched the departure of their royal visitor till the ship was out of sight. He continued. Then, seeing me near, the priestess of the sun beckoned and bade me tell you she would consult with you in the morning. "I will not see her today at all, then," I cried. Mike shrugged his shoulders. "She is closeted with her father, deep in discussion of important state matters," he told me. "Will the prince visit the city?" I foolishly asked. Without the least hesitancy, he replied, "Certainly. Alpha must mate, the last of our people. Prince Benliel may prove worthy." This was consoling. I dismissed him and, weary, disappointed, retired. My slumbers were disturbed with lurid visions of Prince Benliel, and one poppy seed more vivid than others roused me with heartache, and I awoke moaning. The sun streamed into the room, a slanting flame seared straight across my eyes, but through the blur I saw Mike tiptoeing about with disapproving glances fixed upon a heap of clothing fragrant with newness. He strenuously objected to the new clothing, but curious, and unable to assist me, keenly watched my preparations. When I stood complete before him, he turned me around admiringly. "You look very well," he remarked, "but appeared better yesterday." "Nonsense," I retorted. "I look better and feel more like myself now than since entering Centaur." He smiled, bowing deeply. "Alpha Centauri awaits you," he said. "You were to be so informed the moment of awakening." I pushed him aside, shaking my fist at his chuckle, and hurried to meet the sweet woman who was certainly making life a very unhappy problem for me. She received me with a veiled glance and smiled tenderly as I raised her hand to my lips. I chided her for breaking her appointments. "Ah, Virgilius," she replied, "no plans could be perfected till the departure of wrathy King Benliel. I am not divine, and love begets selfishness. I will not sacrifice myself for the people. The Vespa Prince, Finis!" We spent the entire day together. Over and over again she told me of her deep infatuation for nothing. Poetically and passionately, she described the image of her dreams, and no man on earth could ever reach the perfections of the idol this girl had erected to worship. Then I learned of her plans. Alpha Centauri, for the first time in her life, was to leave Centaur and tour the world. A large party of friends had been invited to travel with her, and the government ship Centaur was placed at her disposal. I have frequently been urged to do this, she told me, advised that I should become familiar with the world I would someday rule. But I demurred. Science was more interesting. I lived a painfully narrow life. What a wonderfully different view you have created. Virgilius, I go in search of the god of my dreams. And the secret was out. Alpha Centauri would search for and, if possible, possess this man of her imagination, and forever bring damnation upon her soul. What woman is happy with the individual she thinks her affinity? Suppose your search should prove futile, I maliciously suggested. That is impossible, she replied confidently. My love exists. I inquired if she would visit the Vespa belt. No, she answered quickly. My ideal could not be found among the Vespa people. But we shall sail low and slowly over the belt that you may see it. It will take about 2 days to sail from one point of the crescent to the other, and 5 days of stormy weather over the vast waters that separates the belt from this land. Altogether we shall be absent many months. Centauri does not accompany us. He is much interested in the daring exploits of your great friend, Sheldon, and will pass most of the time in the Oxus. And, Virgilius, we sail tomorrow evening at sundown. End of section number 20.
Section 21 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yan Guo. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 18. The following day was one of excitement and petty anxieties. I constantly feared the wonderful young woman would, at the last moment, change her mind and electing to remain faithful to her fancy, declare the true elf. But I was far from understanding Alpha Centauri. She directed her preparations with a cool energy that was beyond alteration, and impatient to depart, would have sailed from Central before noon. But superstition prevailed. A lucky voyage must always be started at sundown. I accompanied Alpha to the temple of the sun, where she led the high noon devotions. For the time, she forgot her new emotions in fanatical worship of the sun as the broad rays streamed upon her. All Central knew she would that evening set out to see the world, and the people crowded the streets to cheer their beloved priestess and wish her bon voyage. They cheered her beauty and piety, and, because she had sent King Benlia to his belt disappointed, I alone knew the object of the tour. That evening, at sundown, we boarded the good ship Central. As the great winds fluttered and the vessel slowly rose, a vast crowd shouted good luck to us, and Alpha waved the colors of Centauri in response. Then suddenly we darted ahead into infinite blue plains, and the search for God began. It is impossible to describe the many strange, wonderful sights seen upon those travels. We skimmed swiftly over marvelous, violet-blurred cities, dense forests cut with silvery, winding streams, and over long snow-capped mountain ranges. Frequently the ship fluttered to earth, and the day was idled away in fishing or gathering wild fruit and flowers. And once we nestled upon a lofty peak that pierced the clouds, and viewed the mountain girdled with sleet, ice, and snow. Yet where we rested, the grass grew rank, and some delicate pink blossoms I gathered and drooped at the breast of Alpha Centauri. It took nearly 2 days to cross a great tract of prairie land, and we flew with dizzy velocity over 5 great oceans. The roaring, mountainous waves swirled frantic for life, It seemed impossible ships ever navigated these fierce waters. Yet they did centuries ago, but disasters had been pouring. As we gazed downward, awed by the stupendous vastness of the earth, the universe, we reverently pondered over the reason of this gigantic creation. Bread of soul, Vigilius, it is a true faith. How obscured the intellect that reasons otherwise. Soul, do not doubt, Vigilius, soul always. Argument is more debilitating than cold in the head. The extraordinary belief of this beautiful Centaurian made her adamant, and I desired the woman, not the belief. We visited all the large cities of this world, great cities of commerce and gigantic industry, and were royally entertained. Our approach heralded hours in advance, signaled great festivities. These people of advanced views proclaimed wisdom sovereign, but old Centauri is monarch of this land of wise men, and equality is as mythical here as in my world. The great family is supreme, and Alpha, my Alpha, is princess of Centauri. One continual nationality lacks individuality. Travel in my world is far more interesting. Yet Centauri is beautiful, a wonderful vision of superb development. But see one city, and you will see them all. Alpha Centauri entered these marvelous cities, quivering with expectations, radiant with hope, but departure was invariably hastened by bitter disappointment, and in despair she finally suggested the return to Central. I brusquely advised her to continue traveling, reminding her that once in Central all hope was ended. Then, endeavoring to console, I talked long and earnestly about ideals never realized, and succeeded in rousing anger, which is better. She reproached me for planting this image of torture in my brain, and you class me with the absurdities of 6 centuries ago. Ah, Vigilius, she continued, this phantom of my brain has adoration far exceeding mine. A powerful magnetism forced me upon this tour. All ideas, no matter how fabulous, have had a previous existence. What the brain conceives can be realized. Nothing is impossible. Life is the most fabulous illusion in the universe, a marvelous creation of soul. Vigilius, the magnetism of your idea forced you into a stupendous folly, but you realized. I realize, but it does not bring me peace or happiness, I retorted. You sought and worshipped beyond your sphere, she quickly answered. The current of thought met, crashed, and lost power in evaporation. The union of magnets creates disaster. Vigilius, I have a great longing to return to Central. Some force urges me. To travel farther is needless. Ah, how selfish is my passion. I follow your advice. The tour continues. So we sailed onward, and into a corner of her vast knowledge, Alpha Centauri stored the wisdom of deceit. She smiled and appeared gay, happy, when heartsick, disappointed, and bored. She preferred solitude, lost her brilliant coloring, and the grave frank eyes became dull, fatigued. And those traveling with us paid little heed to her erratic ways, believing she was deep in the study of some new scientific discovery, which she was. And had it not been for my pleasant surroundings, it would have been a toss-up between the airship and sex. After all, sex and coal were to be envied. The Propylaean was faithful to sex, the stars true to Saunders. Only Sheldon and myself were excavating with doubts as to our landing. Alpha Centauri had gathered about her many charming people, their entertaining company made life bearable during the tedious ending of the tour. There were several ladies with husbands, 2 young girls with cavaliers, and an interesting mamma who did the talking for them. The girls were very pretty, and the cavaliers devoted. One was a young doctor. We all met him. The other was a descendant of the man who melted the emerald and kept it to himself. Naturally, the young man was rather mournful and stilted. His pride was inherited, and keeping a secret is the most acrobatic feat. And there was a companion of a literary man constantly deep in inspired thought. He did not alarm with allusions to the plot of his forthcoming book, but occasionally boasted of a word of his own, as they all do, and limited his conversation to current topics. His briefness was fascinating, an art. Then we had a mineralogist whose deep scientific problem was sleep. Occasionally he woke up and became as frisky as a boy of 50. His wife was the only woman I ever met who could keep up an incessant chatter and still be interesting. There was a tragedian, playwright, all in one, including a wife. The tragedies this gentleman wrote were excellent farces. He was the greatest humorist of the time. His wit was sharp, bold, and frequently coarse, but he handled his subject with such real delicacy that it took a couple of days to discover that he shouldn't have told the joke, and we shouldn't have laughed. The wife was a beautiful, fair woman of that type that most men are willing some other fellow shall possess. Everybody was very kind to me, and were I not so desperately in love, and therefore desperately unhappy, I would have greatly enjoyed the trip throughout this strange land. The country was rapidly changing in appearance. We sailed over a range of burnt and dwarfed mountains, enclosing completely a vast desert, which narrowed to meet a neck of land that stretched across the ocean, connecting Centauri with the Vesper belt. This connecting land was 50 miles long, 20 wide, and most of the time submerged. You are viewing the ancient battlefield of the Vespers and the Centaurs. The literary man informed me. The last war they had lasted 40 years, close with carnage, and should be eliminated from history. The reading is not elevating, and neither have anything to be proud of. It occurred during the early ages, when civilization ignored the earth which was inhabited by savages and beasts, the beasts being superior and more humane. What the war was over, I've never discovered, nor has anyone else, but it was conducted upon the most hellish plans. During one engagement, the Vespers invaded too deeply the Centauri desert, their idea to surprise the enemy, who were ambushed in the hills. They were permitted to advance well inland. Then suddenly the Centaurs appeared and surrounded them. Not one Vesper returned to the belt, but the scouts informed the Crescent people what had happened. The ancient King Benlil was a demon. The Vespers were enraged, and early the following day the Centaurs were astounded to see another Vesper army marching across the neck. The Centaurians yelled their scorn of the advancing army and rushed to meet it. The battle was fought upon the peninsula, the Vespers gradually retreating, then suddenly, as though panic-stricken, turned tail and fled. The Centaurians, wild, drunk with victory, pursued them closely, and at first did not see the tremendous wall of water rising, cutting off all escape. They realized when the land sank and the mountainous waves engulfed them. It was a fiendish revenge, the Vespers unrightly named. The literary man gave a shrug of disgust. It had passed from his vision long ago. He was conversing with himself, a habit most literary people affect, and he walked away as unconcernedly as though it had never existed. I wondered if he had really repeated history or simply reviewed a scene from his new romance. We were crossing this historical naked land now, and all round deck, gazing curiously at the dim outlines of the Vesper belt. Alpha Centauri joined us, pale, listless, heavy-eyed, and gave orders for low sailing that we could more distinctly view the possessions of King Benlier. She confidentially told me she would remain in seclusion during the journey over the Vesper belt, and mournfully shook her head when I begged permission to visit her. "The Vesper belt has no charms for me," she murmured. "Ah, Vigilius, do not be downhearted. You have taught me the value of unhappiness. Life is incomplete without it. I am not despondent, but tortured with doubts. He whom I seek waits at the central, but I have suffered disappointment so often, I dread another. Do not think of me, join the others. I shall not see you again till we are crossing the great ocean." She sighed heavily and entered her cabin before I could prevent. The door closed between us, and bitterly I regretted teaching her the knowledge of misery. Love had robbed her of individuality, damning her with a craving for the unattainable worse than death, whose soothing balm of peace, rest, and vacant identity was far more cheerful than eternal yearning. From my heart, I wish I could make her the radiant, soulless, happy creature she was before we met. I would give all I possess if I had never crossed the pole. And suddenly a longing came over me to see once again dear old Middleton. And traitorous thoughts galloped upon me. I had become enamored with a bright and glorious vision. Reproaches, sad eyes, mournfulness were killing my passion. But the vision still exists. I created it. But Centauri, who enslaved me, was fading. I joined the others, who were leaning over the ship's side and gazing curiously at the village we were sailing over. We could see the people crowding to the narrow streets, and from our ship came a faint report, followed by a cloud of deep violet smoke, which curled upward, twisted, and looped till finally the word Centauri floated in space beside us. At the sight, the crowds below shouted and cheered. We bellowed a response. Toward evening, we passed over a lovely bay. The air was soft, balmy, and we remained upon deck till near midnight. The time passed swiftly between the literary man and the humorist, while the ladies sang in clear, sweet voices. We turned in when a sudden icy squall struck us, and the last view we had of the new country was of dark, gloomy mountains. Next morning, before sunrise, I was on deck, but my travelling companions were earlier and judged me unmercifully. The literary man was persistently witty about oversleeping. He'd been up all night and regaled us about the wondrous sights we'd missed. We had sailed over 3 great cities, brilliant with light, humming with revelry. Some celebration going on. And, he continued, these Vesper savages have built wonderful cities of superb architecture. I think we are approaching the royal city of Benlier. See the height of those monstrous domes. The steep of one temple has tried to pierce the sun. The ancient city of Benlier has for ages been the scene of poets. We were sailing over vast green fields and meadowland, where thousands of cattle grazed, and far in the distance, gleaming white, phantom-like through the mist, we saw a great city. As we neared this spectral poem city, the mist cleared before the strong, hot rays of the rising sun, and beneath us stretched a scene of fabulous beauty. Several fields of marble lined with gigantic palms, whose huge branches arched from side to side. High-domed buildings of pure white marble surrounded with vast gardens gorgeous with bloom. Poverty could not exist in this luxurious city. The ship sailed lower that we might view closer this paradise of earth. Nestled in the center of extensive gardens, miniature lakes and streams, false cataracts and high-spraying fountains, was a jewel-like palace of Benliel, a long, flat, shining building. Here in the heart of civilization is a barbaric relic of what the Vesper people were, remarked the literary man. They have been working centuries upon that palace, and are still adding to it. It will never be completed. The architecture is valuable only for antiquity and hideousness, he continued, and tasks the ingenuity of modern architects to follow the original plan. The building is entirely mosaic. Taken as a whole, it is of remarkable beauty, I blurted out. There is not another building to compare with it in the wide world. Everybody became greatly interested in the strange palace with its numerous domes, steeples, and beautiful lacy archways, an abode for gnomes and fairies, the crown jewel of the Vesper belt, its diadem of artistic glory. Centauri, with all her wonders, could not boast of any work to compare with this marvelous palace. Slowly, reluctantly, we sailed from the superb marble city, with its gleaming white edifices, mosaic palaces, and vast boulevards haunting the memory, so that in dreams the beautiful scene is revisited again and again. This crescent-shaped country was cultivated from point to point, and boasted a population of over 40 millions. The Vespers worshipped the sun, but enjoyed the dusk. In Centauri, twilight is unknown, and the state of progression between the two countries was not worth worrying over. They were tanto per tanto. The morning of the third day, we reached the extreme north point of the belt, and sighted the great ocean. The air was misty, ice-cold, and the piercing salt breeze suddenly turned to a terrific gale, and tore and whistled around the ship, forcing her head at a dizzy speed. "We'll be out of it in a second," the literary gent assured us. I felt we were venturing rather near the danger point. There 4 wind currents meet. Anything caught in it is lost. The gale we are flying before is merely one of the 4. Imagine the extreme north point of the crescent. It is said that at one time this land extended half across the ocean. But these 4 gales, blowing constantly for ages, have gradually blown the belt to its present small dimensions. Possibly in a few centuries more, the belt will vanish, and the crescent country become one of the great legends of Centauri. The ladies laughed incredulously, but the men pretended to take the speaker seriously. "You speak with prophetic wisdom," said the tragedian. "An interpreter of tragedies can be blunt, and his words always taken in jest. The Vesper belt will never be swallowed by the 4 winds, but in less than 10 years she will be submerged by Centauri. For perfect civilization, progression, harmony, there must be unity. I do not jest, but a tragedian is always a jester." He was vigorously applauded and encouraged to continue, but, bowing, modestly refrained commenting further upon the subject, and suggested we go above, as the wind had calmed. We trooped up on deck, and were greeted by a hot, blazing sun, a deep blue sky, and a fierce ocean with mountainous waves boiling white beneath us. Far in the distance were the snow mountains and the white cliffs of the Whisper Belt, which in the clear sunlight showed up a perfect crescent. "We have entered another zone," the writing giant informed us. "We have emerged from the wind regions, and, He ended abruptly. No one was listening to him. All looked in one direction. And, as I looked, the blood rushed to my head. Alpha Centauri stepped from her cabin, radiantly beautiful, garbed in white. In an instant, I was beside her. With passionate ardor, I pressed her hand to my lips. Her face flushed delicately. Pallor, dejection had vanished. Her eyes gleamed and burned. She was the personification of joy. "In a few days we'll be in Central. Think what that means to me, Vigilius," she murmured. "You are positive then?" "I so have read it there," she replied. "He waits me. Central ends all disappointments. I will talk with you later. This is a day of worship. I am the priest of the sun." Rising to her full height majestically, she walked down the deck with upstretched arms and waving toward the sun. High, clear, rang out her clarion voice in the call to worship, and the people flocked from all parts of the ship, circled around her, and kneeled. With a swaying form, she chanted in low, weird tones. The glorious eyes did not blink before the dazzling rays that enveloped her. She twisted, undulated, as though to have the streaming fairy light bathe every portion of her body. Then suddenly, as in ecstasy, out came the cry of devotion. High, clear, sweet. At that moment, the sun's rays slanted, and in the golden shadow the glorious priestess stood silent, rapt. Then her arms fell to her sides, and the devotions ended. All rose, and went about their various duties. Alpha turned to me with a smile as placid as a child's. "Always the priestess of the sun," she murmured. "I love, soul, how I love. This new worship absorbs my whole life, but always the priestess of the sun, Vigilius." I led her to the other side of the ship, away from the others. "Vigilius," she murmured, "do not think me childish because I sought seclusion while sailing over the belt. I did not think of the Vespers, but I could conceal my happiness no longer. Solitude has no prying, curious eyes. I was alone, gloomy, morose, despairingly worshipping a fancy. And believe as you wish, Vigilius, I know not if I dreamed or was awake, but for the instant the veil of obscurity lifted, and I saw the future. Things like great plenties were revealed, then slowly slid from view. Only two was I permitted to gaze upon with memory. I saw the palace at Central sparkle in the vivid light of noon. Wandering disconsolately through the halls was a form swathed in twilight. I tried to peer through the flickering dusk and listen to my name repeatedly called, frequently imploringly, always with passion. Like a magnet, I was drawn within the mystic gloom. I tried to touch, to speak with the shadow. Then, like a flash, the scene shifted, and I floated over the Oxter mountains. Standing upon the cliffs, gazing with grim anxiety into the waters of the Ortega, was your friend, the great Sheldon. Suddenly, he raised his face, white, wild with terror, and shouting. He leaped with great bounds from cliff to cliff. His cries brought the men from the caves, and I saw my father among them, calm, magnificent, giving directions, commanding order. I heard an awful rumbling noise. The mountains swayed as trees in the wind. The sky became suffused, lurid, the air suffocating. There was a terrific explosion. A huge fan of fire rose, meeting the heavens, and monstrous columns of yellow, red, and black smoke swallowed all nature. I shrieked in horror, and obscurity clouded the frightful scene. Once more the future was blank, dark, elusive. Vigilius, I did not sleep or dream. Centauri, Sheldon, and all with them are in peril. I shall save them. Speed has been doubled. The ship travels swifter than the wind, and we will reach the mountains toward the evening of the day after tomorrow. It is the fastest time ever made over the great ocean, and the Augustus is the first land sighted, then Central. Come, Vigilius, this will never do. We must join the others. Atoeste will teach you the game he is eternally playing with Deisti. Atoeste was the literary giant, and he of Deisti the dramatist. I argued against both gentlemen and the game, and feeling pleaded to remain with her the afternoon. She laughingly refused to listen to me, and made sport of my earnestness. We joined the others. Atoeste called me to the table where he was playing with Deisti. I watched the game some time, but was soon convinced that in 100 years I couldn't master it. It was tedious, complicated, and played with oblong ivory chips the size of match, ornamented with fine threads of color. The game seemed a mixture of chess, checkers, and hopscotch, played upon a board similar to the chart of the heavens. The splintery chips were twirled in the air and fell upon the chart in squares, triangles, circles. Where the trick's points came in, I have still to discover. The gentleman invited me to take a flip in the game, but I hastily retreated amid shouts of derision. We were warned from the deck as the ship suddenly lowered and zigzagged at a terrific speed. The great winds fluttered heavily, and frequently the ship crested the turbulent waves like a monster seagull. We had reached the danger zone. Safety lay in hugging the water to avoid the fierce wind currents crashing above. But we soon outdistanced the danger, and gradually floated upward high and higher. By noon we crossed in our accustomed sphere, but speeded on with the hurricane following swiftly. From the little signal house, Alpha and I watched the storm gathering and strengthening. We speed ahead, she murmured. But if cold, devotion so sore, all is over. I pressed her close to me. At that moment, death with her seemed a rapture. Then she was mine forever. But I shall never forget that frightful night. The din, uproar of thunderous cannonading, as great black, red, lightning-pierced clouds met the ocean, was terrifying. The ship creaked and groaned threateningly in her wide flight before the hurricane. With the ill-concealed alarm, I sat up all night, but the others retired as usual. The Centaurian equipoise will remain forever an enigma. Dawn ended our peril. We still travelled before a gale, but had outsailed the tempest. Above was a clear blue sky, and the silver radiance of the rising sun enveloped the ship. Toward noon we reached the dead calm ocean tropics. The heat flamed upon oily, slothful waters, but we sailed with the swiftness of bird. And far in the distance, a heliotrope bridge met her vision. "The Augustus!" cried Alpha, delighted. "We shall reach them in the early evening." And all day she watched till the violet line became a positive purple, and gradually deepening into a peak and a curve with soft velvety slopes. Yet as we neared the mountains, I noticed, with astonishment, that they reached the water's edge without a beach. Perpendicular cliffs with a smooth, shining surface, barren, upright, a gigantic wall that the huge ocean waves dash against in high-bounding strays. It was a rosy twilight when we sailed over these uncanny mountains, so sharply divided by cold and barren cliffs on one side and deep forests and rich valleys on the other. Anxiously, Arthur gazed downward and called my attention to the ominous rumbling, which I suppose was the roar of the ocean. "I fear we are too late," she murmured. "It seems we will never reach the place where the great shield and Centauri are imperiling their lives tampering with the volcanic Ortega." In vain I tried to calm her. Words made her desperate, and as the detonations increased, she clasped her hands tightly in agony. The air grew dense, sultry, vibrating with electricity. All scented danger, calamity, and clustered together in alarmed little groups, murmuring, "The Ortega, the Ortega." The ship slackened speed as we sighted the Ortega, and her great wings fluttered as though about to lower. Upon us all was agitation. The ocean boiled furiously, and high tide crashing over the steep cliff wall and flooding the land. People, panic-stricken, scurried in all directions. Then Centauri appeared. We knew him by his long, white beard. The little crowd gathered about him, but suddenly, all with one accord, rushed to the side of the mountain, where, in a hollow, the ship rested. We could see them scrambling over the side of the vessel, working, tugging with desperation to loosen her. We lowered a little to give assistance, but the ship bounded free, the great bad wings vigorously unfurled. Then shouts of distress coming from land startled us, and we saw a man running, mad with terror. He reached the ship, and grasping the side, and just as she lurched upward, jerking his body out with a shock, then banging it back with terrific force. I turned sick, and covering my eyes. The man was Sheldon. My blood curdled as I thought of his awful death, expecting, of course, that he had fallen to earth and was dashed to pieces. But Alpha whispered that he was safe, that he had come to the vessel as he had to his theory, and the Centauri had dragged him from his awful position. I could see him lying on the deck. The two vessels sailed close and established communication. Alpha talked with her father, and I learned the great Ortega would soon be in eruption after a crowd of 6 centuries. We lingered to view the phenomenon. "I am glad the matter is settled for all time," murmured Alpha. "Certainly the great Sheldon's visit to Centauri has been of some benefit. His love for theories have obtained positive results and settled forever a grave doubt to the satisfaction of everyone." She laughed as I suggested that Sheldon, to a certain extent, had been deceived. "He deceived himself," she replied. "No one disputed his positive assertions, and consequently he believed all agreed with him. But everyone went up to the Oxstars and bent upon private investigations. Your friend was intent upon discovering the source of that body of water, and delegates from 4 geographical geological societies accompanied him solely to determine whether the volcano was extinct or not. All have been successful. Isn't it strange, Vigilius," she continued, "that water was so fresh, wholesome, beneficial to the system, yet the fish could not live in it. We tried, and—" A warning shout came from a Centauri's ship. Ours shot upward like a rocket, and slanted across the sky, swift as an arrow. A terrific explosion took place, and thunder rolled from the heavens, while Earth responded with tremendous detonations. The incessant roaring, sizzling noise was frightful. The majestic fury of the Ortega had awakened from its long trance. Sulphurous flames played about the volcano, giving it a terrible, weird appearance. Steam rose in monstrous clouds, and the waves of the liquid fire boiled and dashed against the cliffs, overflowing the huge cauldron in broad streams of molten mass, deluging the earth with devastation. Ashes, rock, and lava shot skyward in monster geysers of incandescent matter that gave us prismatic lights, and in stinging, serpent-like coils rise to the sea. Voluminous waves hedging the oxsters, and their steady blaze cast a deep crimson purple glare over the heavens that must have reached to Central. We were 10 miles away. Our ship had a heavy coating of cinders, and the sickening odor of sulphur suffocated. A scorching smoke devoured the air and hung like a pall over all nature, obscuring everything except the splendid, diabolical phenomenon. Belching flame and lightning forking from the gigantic crested columns that shot upward hundreds of feet. It was a fearsome, stupendous spectacle, and time seemed infinite, and so absorbed had I been watching the magnificent Ortega that from light touch I started as from a dream, mumbling gruffly, "Awake, Vigilius! You are fascinated by the splendid Ortega." A sudden dazzling flash illuminated the ship, and I saw her. She laughed teasingly as I caught her hand and pressed it against my face. "We are going to Central," she told me. "All lights have been extinguished. The thousands are on their way to view the volcano. Should it become known that I have returned, the loyal people will forego that marvelous sight and accompany us back to Central. The lava streams are rushing down the other side of the mountain into the sea. The flow will continue many days, and there will be intermittent eruptions for months, and then the Ortega will be dormant, probably forever." "Much damage done?" "Some," she answered. "To the Potolilis. The oxsters is the property of the Potolilis. They know the Ortega and avoid it. There's much timber lost, but the Potolilis are a tribe of vast wealth. Centauri has ordered his ship brilliant illuminated, so all may know he has not perished." Our ship had ceased its aimless floating, and sighted straight for Central. Far in the distance, speeding toward the oxsters, were thousands of red globe lights traveling thick together, resembling the Milky Way suddenly lowered to our sphere. We darted in a westerly direction, avoiding the flying multitude, which gradually sailed past like a great stream of meteors, and traveling in groups or long straggling lines, and all heavily laden with sightseers. A huge vessel, sailing apart from the others, edged us closely. She was gaily illuminated and decorated with the colors of Centauri. We did not clear her in time, and she spied our dark hulk and saluted. We flashed farther into the darkness, but the sound of gay music, wild singing, shouts, and the shrill laughter of the men and women aboard followed us. "A private vessel, party of pleasure-loving young people out for a lark," I suggested. Arthur watched the vessel till it appeared but a pale stream of light against the sky. "Possibly a wedding party," she replied. "But the ship floated the colors, which signal some great personage aboard, and banners are hoisted only upon national fete days. This ship carried the flag of Centauri. Odd that this particular ship should stray aside just as we passed to nearly collide with us." She gazed perplexedly into the darkness, and silently, thoughtfully studied the starry horizon. Then, with a murmured "good night" and a gentle hand-clasp, she left me. Suddenly, our ship blazed with lights, and the Centauri banners were hoisted. We cut sharply across the heavens, separating entirely from the speeding sightseers, our lights undistinguishable. No one dreamed Alpha Centauri was returning to Central. It is 3 hours on the new day. Why do you not retire? A deep voice rumbled close to my ear. With a start, I turned and confronted the literary man. Why don't you seek rest yourself? I snapped. I have rested too long. I'm fine arrears with my work, but I've put everything aside to complete an ode upon the joyful emotions Alpha Centauri is supposed to entertain when beholding Central once again. His eyes twinkled, and he chuckled without smiling. You are humorous, I told him. Do you doubt the joyful emotions? I never answer questions, he replied. They always lead to argument, and the time is still limited for that. An argument should last at least a month, and both sides talking all the time. How very young, inexperienced you must be, Virgilius. You still have to discover that the women have no emotions. The Centaurians are all humorists, and tragedy is an obliterated evil. And, Virgilius, we reach Central at sunrise. I must go and finish my ode to joy. We will meet again. He hurried away, chuckling, glancing over his shoulder to smile good-humoredly at me. Alone, a sudden depression came upon me. I was living in a nerve-wracking atmosphere of doubt and anxiety. Dejectedly, I entered my cabin to wait in gloomy misery for day. But deadly wearied, unknowingly, I sank into deep slumber, which lasted till heavy movements about the ship roused me. I hurried on deck. The morning was flushed with the rising sun. We sailed over a deep blue bay, and just ahead glistened the crystal city of Central. Everybody was on deck to view the magnificent scene, but exchanged amused glances and smiled openly at my tardiness, while Alpha, radiant, buoyed with hope, greeted me with laughter and jest. Repose had not banished despondency. I chilled with dread and black forebodings. In all the travels, when constantly fearing the possible materializing of the adored, I never experienced the positive hopelessness that now warned me of sure and bitter disappointment. Alpha Centauri would treasure the ideal forever. I was miserable, cruelly fated to worship a phantom which was fading from my life. I knew it. In agony of wretchedness, I caught her hand, holding it tight, and she, God, laughed in her mirthful mood, and taunting my gloomy countenance. The others joined in her sport, and gaily encouraging me and crippling my depression. Yet smile I could not. The dramatist declared I would make tragedy popular again, and the literary genius told me he would never regret our meeting, as I had colored the closing chapter of his forthcoming romance, which finale would crown him with immortality. You shall jest no longer at my Virgilius, cried Alpha, leading me away, though laughing merrily. It matters not what passed between us. She spoke seriously, and of the future. I am glad to return, she murmured. Do not begrudge me the scant joy of expectancy. It is only on the surface. In my heart I feel. I cannot envelop you with a sweet foolishness lavish upon the impossible. But you told me to love. I belong to you. And, Virgilius, we may both be happy yet. God, I gasped, scarcely believing what I heard. My senses tingled. I seemed to choke. She gazed at me with wide-open, tender eyes, and passionately I pressed her hand to my lips. She flushed at my ardor and turned aside. In mad adoration, I caught her in my arms and crushed her to me. I cared not if the whole world spied upon us. I kissed my glorious Alpha upon the lips, eyes, and sweetly flushed cheeks. Snickering, smothered guffaws aroused my drugged senses. Protesting vigorously, yet good-naturedly against my ardent caresses, Alpha freed herself, calling me a wild boy, but lovable. "And look," she cried, running to the ship's side. "Look, Vigilius, we have reached the Centaur." End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marissa Sheldon. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 19. The ship gradually lowered as we floated over the city. The news flashed over Centaur that the priestess of the sun had returned, and excited crowds blackened the street, shouting a welcome. Alpha leaned far over the ship's side, waving the flag of Centaurian response. Centaur was in gay attire. Gaudy flags and pennants floated from the domes of all buildings. Gorgeous silken banners coiled around the arms of Centauri and gently fluttered against huge arches and towers of rare blossoms, whose rich fragrance absorbed the air. Something wonderful was certainly going on. Alpha turned to us, bewildered. "What is it?" she queried. "Our return was unheralded. It is not a fete day. How beautiful Centaur looks!" She shrugged her shoulders and again smiled down upon the welcoming people. The ship finally reached the palace park, then fluttered and circled downward and gently settled in its steel shed. The crowd surged against the walls with deafening shouts of greeting. Alpha waved her arms, and her clarion voice rose high in the worshipful cry of soul. Like an avalanche, the response fell upon her, betraying the joy these people felt at seeing her again. How they loved this beautiful woman! And now, as I think of it, I believe it was she, glorious Alpha, whom they worshipped, not the sun. With sweet dignity she received the officials who hurried to meet her. Bisagno, the great statesman who acted as chief executive during Centauri's absence, saluted deeply and welcomed her in eloquent phrases. She was told that official notice had been received that her travels were about terminating, but that her sudden return was a joyous surprise to the people of Centaur. "If my return is so unexpected, what fete day is Centaur celebrating?" she inquired. "Centaur wears gala attire in honor of our distinguished guest, who has delighted the populace with his presence nearly a fortnight," Bisagno informed her. "Benliel of the Vespa Belt waits the superb Alpha Centauri." I was standing beside her, but instinctively drew away, repelled by her sudden icy demeanor. Once more I beheld the strange, enigmatical goddess who had welcomed me upon my arrival to the city, Alpha Centauri, priestess of the sun always. Erect to her full height, with cold, calm, haughty eyes, she regarded the gentleman before her. She raised her arm and placed it across her breast, and with stiff formality bowed. "Greetings to the Vespa Prince," she said. "His return to his people shall not be delayed. I will receive Prince Benliel at once." Bisagno was not at all dismayed by her manner. She had always been gracious to him, but this was Alpha of the Centauries, priestess of her deity, a perfect woman, passionless, a saint. The glowing, palpitating creature I created was not for public adoration. She was mine always. Bisagno explained that the prince was absent, gone to view the magnificent Otega, but will speed back to Centaur when informed that the priestess of the sun has returned. "A ship passed us in the night," she told him, "gay with the nation's color, and freighted to the brim with merriment. Bisagno, the morning is still early. Before noon you will hear my order. Prince Benliel must not be disturbed in his pleasures. Bisagno bowed low. None dared approach her, and silently she disappeared within the palace, whose portals were draped with the gaudy silken banners of the Vespas. I did not see her again till the evening. Bisagno and his suite remained in respectful attitudes till she passed from view, then abruptly hurried away, and I was left with the little troop of traveling companions who were palpably impatient to depart. A low whistle near me, and I turned and faced the literary man, who grasped my hand, telling me he could never repay the debt of inspiration I had roused within him. "Your companionship lures success," he barked. I smiled acknowledgment, but the tragedian relieved me from replying. He clung to my other hand and begged me to remain forever among them. "Never in my life," he assured me, "have I experienced the exquisite diversion enjoyed in your company. Your skill as a tragedian is genius, your interpretations famous. Ah, Virgilius, your amazing capabilities will force the public to comprehend the great tragedies that no Centaurian can act. The powerful masterpieces of morbid imagination shall cease to be farces." I listened attentively, not certain if they were making sport or meant it, but both seemed ridiculous, and I laughed. The laugh was taken up heartily, and both gentlemen simultaneously dropped my hand, each declaring gravely I was deep, deep as the fire geyser in the ice summit. Then one, throwing out his chest, cried, "Attention, friends! Will sensations ever cease? Or is it the commencement of the end, when the world will explode into millions of particles, as Thoralda the Great predicts? Listen! First Virgilius and his friends drop among us from no one knows where, to overpower us with their marvelous experiences. Then the Otega becomes active after 6 centuries of repose. And now comes this splendid savage, the Prince of Vespas, ruler of the land of hornets, whose swift progression dares them to defy even Sol. We are far in the rear of these people. They would elevate us by sending the most audacious hornet of them all. For what? To mate with the rarest and most perfect of Centaurians, Alpha, priestess of the sun, who can never mate. Jingle the cap and bells, friends. Hail to the splendid, glorious Prince Benliel." They applauded him noisily, and I tried to crush the sudden, sick, miserable feeling that came over me. They finally left me. Even the crowd outside had dispersed, and I was left alone deep in gloom and hopelessness, assailed with a cowardly faintness of heart that made me at last realize why I had been a failure all my life. I knew well the import of the prince's visit, but it seemed preposterous. The savage was to end my dream. He was only a man, far from ideal. Bah! Absurd! I flung out my arms as though brushing my trouble from me. "Alpha Centauri! My own creation! Mine forever!" I cried. Discreet footsteps, an apologetic cough sounded near me, and I turned to face Mike, the ever-smiling Mike. He handed me a note, and I read that Alpha Centauri had many important matters to attend to, and could not see me till evening. She wished me to rest so my mind would be clear, refreshed, and able to give undivided attention to the many affairs she would consult with me. Mike bowed deeply and followed as I hurried to my apartments. He regaled me with the palace gossip. I learned that Saunders had suddenly ended his connection with the observatory and, with a party of scientists, had traveled throughout Centauri, returning only last evening when he and the great inventor departed immediately for the Oxtas, both wildly anxious about their friend Sheldon, who they feared had perished. Saxliner had completed his marvelous machine, and he, Mike, presumed all 3 would again become guests at the palace. Then he told me of Prince Benliel, a magnificent specimen of manhood, who had enthralled the hearts of the people, and was enthusiastically cheered whenever he appeared upon the streets. "He is searching for his affinity, ahem," said Mike, and has already traveled over half the world. He boldly declares he has come to court our beauteous Alpha, and vows the priestess of the sun shall be his bride. His bravery and frankness charmed all, even conquering Centauri, who placed the palace at the disposal of the handsome boy. But all pity him. It is really sad to think of the meeting between him and the wondrous Alpha, who, though the most perfect of women, can be infernally cruel. The prince will depart in anger, and the unification of the white race will be delayed several centuries, though much desired by both by the people and Centauri. Else the prince's reception would have been different, and his stay among us brief. Like the savages, he adores all women, and would throw the whole world in an uproar to obtain the one he desires. What an incomprehensible weakness! However, he is enjoying himself immensely among the gay youngsters of the city, and, luck to him, luck to the pretty boy. Mike irritated me, and I dismissed him. Then, wondering what I should do till evening, began scribbling notes to Alpha, begging to be received. I was desperate. Positive I must see her at once. She replied verbally, "Much important business to transact. Please excuse," etc. I gave it up. Why trouble her? She did not care and could not understand. Selfish, cold-hearted. God, how cruel this beautiful woman could be. She was one of those imperfect creatures who never love, their whole nature dominated by self, fitfully passionate, as unreliable as life. Yet she was my own creation, mine. I found myself pitying the Vespa Prince. After all, he was only a man like myself, and I suffered. Yes, I suffered. I sauntered aimlessly through the gardens, then wandered around the city, loitering in the streets and parks, watching children at play, and finally sought rest in the salon, burdened with art treasures. I looked again upon the tranquil beauty of Abella, wife of the gifted fisherman. The face was so calm, placid, vacant. One wondered why humanity worried over trivial nothings. Life is brief, and we cram so much unhappiness into it. Why strive for what we can never accomplish? Why strive at all? Be content, accept destiny. No effort can alter it. Crawl and crawl as does the worm. We are but another species. Life is a mysterious, enchanting dream. The awakening, dissolution. There are very few souls among the millions inhabiting this sphere that have mastered the knowledge of living. The majority merely exist. Every man, woman, and child should be drilled through the intricacies of nature. Make them thorough in this powerful art, the art of living. Then call their attention to the tedious verbs. I smiled up into the beautiful, soulless eyes of Abella. Tranquil, sublime beauty, you have calmed tumultuous thoughts. Adieu, sweet Abella. How your husband has marred your fairness. I blew a kiss to the delicate painting as I hurried away. The long, slanting rays of the afternoon sun lengthened into dusk, and as I reached the palace, the city flamed with lights. The stately quiet of the Centauri dwelling had vanished. All was activity, bustle. The doors of the throne room and vast salons were flung wide. Decorators were at work. At the far end of the lofty vestibule, dimly seen amid crystal columns, was the banquet hall, with long, massive tables laden with shimmering satin and glistening plate of gold and silver. Some great event was to take place, and I hurried to my rooms to find Sachs, Sheldon, and Saunders eagerly awaiting me. We were powerfully glad to see each other. Though all were anxious to relate their experiences and adventures since last meeting, Sheldon was given the floor, owing to his late narrow escape through too much Otega. In excitable tones, he described the progression of his work before the eruption ruined all. "Boys," he cried, "I was right about the whole matter of the scientific societies of the world be hang. I discovered the source of that great body of fresh water, the Arctic Ocean. It does not supply the earth as I originally contended, but it creates, feeds all streams, rivers, lakes, for thousands of miles in that vicinity. The Centaurians have wonderful mining apparatuses. We mined those mountains for miles, tracing the flow of the water through the vast arteries of the earth. Springs were numerous, the water bubbling in tiny geysers, clear and sparkling. I proved my assertions, and convinced the greatest man of this part of the world, Centauri himself. During his stay in the mountains, I learned the secret of his greatness. Simple, unassuming, yet his wisdom is of such superiority and profundity he cannot impart it to others. Sublime in his generosity and knowledge, he listens to all. I never believed I could feel such reverence for any human being. He impresses everyone the same way, hence his greatness. As for the delegates of the two societies who accompanied me up the mountains, I was perfectly aware what they stationed themselves there for, to settle their dispute, whether the volcano was extinct or not, and I'm damned glad they found out. Talk about the calmness and haughtiness of these people. Those men squabbled from morning till night and seriously hindered my work. They were constantly wiring statements to their different headquarters, and once the entire crew of both societies swooped down upon us, consuming several days in mass meetings and idleness. Centauri told me the Otego was dormant, having found an outlet in some other portion of the globe, but the solid mass collected here and was a depot for further eruptions. He agrees with me that this body of water is not the aftermath of the famous eruption of 6 centuries ago. The crater became the bed for one of the greatest freaks of nature. A gigantic artery burst, forming the oceanlet, which is simply a continuation of the Arctic. "And friends," ended Sheldon with a twinkle, "all who accompanied me came away with energy and fully satisfied." He waved his hand toward Saunders, who grudgingly complimented him upon his successful discovery, but suggested that neither he nor Sheldon could become bombastic over their success. Both were on par. But, smiling around, I toured Centauri and journeyed halfway to the moon. Through miscalculation, my work at the observatory was only partially successful. I manufactured a set of lenses 3 degrees more powerful than those in use. My intention was to extend the power 5 degrees. The people over here are thorough in everything they undertake, but slow. For 50 years, the astronomers have been planning a trip to the moon, and arrangements were just completed when I arrived and was complimented with an invitation to join the expedition. The Centaurians are very progressive. They attempt to attain the impossible. We started upon our wonderful trip in an especially constructed flying machine, loaded with instructions what we were to do when we got there, and the signals we were to send to the gaping boys down here. We traveled very rapidly, attaining a height never reached by balloon. We suffered, of course. Hemorrhage attacked us in its most malignant forms, but we paid no heed to this weakness, believing in the scientific assurances that, as we became accustomed to the rarefied, ever-changing altitude, such annoyances would cease. And they did. In the meantime, the higher we pierced this atmosphere, the farther away the moon seemed, and our own globe had become a huge glowing ball, throwing out a wonderful radius of rosy light, tinting space a deep pink to seemingly unfathomable spheres. We had sailed far and above this roseate radiance when panic seized us. All had one unuttered thought, an intense desire to return to Earth, but enough of the world remained in us to secrete cowardice. I, for one, lost courage entirely with the eccentric movements of the ship, which suddenly zigzagged oddly, giving great bounds upward, then fell back a space and shot slantways across the sky, but for all of her queer antics she continually gained in height, and height apparently was all we concerned ourselves about. However, gradually everything ceased to interest us. A peculiar indifference embraced all, a deadly lassitude. We lolled around seeking rest, peace, to dream forever in blessed forgetfulness of existence, to sail away in the cool blue depths of eternity. How long I remained in that strange tranquility I shall never know, but suddenly shrieked with the terrible pain in my heart. 1,000 tons seemed to be pressing on my brain, and vivid streaks of lightning pierced my sight. I was blinded, but danger roused me, and I staggered, groping my way to the engine room. A heavy, inert form barred the passage, but I stumbled over it to the gigantic clock, whose hands guided the ship. An ominous roaring sound warned me of grave disaster. If we continued to travel upward, the ship would explode. Ignorant how to regulate the ship's speed, I moved the upper hand of the clock downward, and down we shot like a rock. Then I stared at the great hands, hesitating what to do next, when someone pushed me aside. A man, haggard, bleeding profusely from the mouth, deftly moved the hands of the clock, and the ship slackened its crushing downward course. "Blessings upon your vitality," he whispered, "otherwise we would all be dead. We realize the nectar of existence when we feel it oozing from us. Life. Soul, give me life. Science, bah, nonsense." We revived as we approached our natural sphere, but it was an experience I shall never forget, and it cost the lives of 2 men, a noted professor and the engineer, who died like a hero. Much good it did him. He gave his life for science, believing himself the only one who succumbed. We took the professor and engineer to their homes, then toward Centauri, which consisted in dropping each member of the expedition to their city. When we dwindled to 3, Centaur was reached, and, here I am. Our congratulations seemed to make Saunders uneasy. "You forget," he interrupted. "Our trip to the moon was a failure. A second excursion will not be attempted for several centuries. Eventually they will succeed. Our journey to the moon has been suppressed. When we return to our own hemisphere, I shall be sadly regretted by the scientists here for all their marvelous advancement. I imparted much information and predicted this, their latest failure. I haven't done bad, not bad at all, but not for 1,000 lives would I journey to the moon again." "Why didn't you visit the Vespa belt instead?" Saunders sniffed. "There was no choice offered," he replied, "but certainly I would have preferred the moon. The Vespa folks are way back savages, I understand, and a broad expanse of wigwam does not inspire me." He eyed me sharply when I told him he was wrong, all wrong, that the belt was the most wonderful portion of this part of the globe. Then I described the art and originality of the people and the peculiarly beautiful mosaic palace of King Benliel. Saunders sniffed. He wasn't interested in the Vespas, and turned quickly to Sachs, who remarked that he was mighty glad we were all together again anyhow, because for some time, having no occupation, he'd been ripe for mischief. "The Propellier was completed weeks ago, and I've examined the machine they're going to present to us. It's a wonderful structure of crystal and steel, and covers 150 miles an hour. The coaches attached are fitted up luxuriously. Our return trip will not be so hazardous, and decidedly more comfortable, and we all have the supreme satisfaction of having discovered what we searched for. We found the pole, and can prove of the wonderful cities beyond. I have mastered the marvelous secrets of gold and diamonds, and now have the power to do my share in the vast endeavor to stamp out the evil passion that causes so much unhappiness. Greed. Sheldon discovered his great body of fresh water, and has some excellent photographs stored away that will make him famous. His homecoming will be glorious. He'll be given an ovation because he risked his life for science. He can prove the positive existence of the freak ocean. He will experience the rare and pleasurable sensation of ridiculing those who formerly ridiculed him. And that's going some. Sheldon spruced up. Sachs's approval was exhilarating. "And Saunders succeeded also," continued Sachs. "He discovered the famous pink star that all astronomers know of but failed to locate. He has some remarkable photographs, and has written up a treatise on why the star is not visible from our point of view, and constructed a new map of the heavens. He'll return to his continent magnificently equipped with all the modern astronomical contrivances that Centaurians can supply him with, and can lecture at length of how he went to the Centaurians better concerning powerful lens, whatever they are. During his homeward journey, he will occupy the time writing a book of his trip to the moon. Really, I think we've all done first rate. Couldn't have done better. We accomplished what we set out to do. But there's Virgilius." He looked over at me and shook his head reprovingly. "He's simply our millionaire Salucci, the same as formerly. He's gained knowledge, of course, but he won't air it to the world. Yet, come to think of it, he's been about as successful as any of us. He came in search of a woman, and found her." He smiled encouragingly at me and opined that mine was a mission more difficult than any. "His was a fancy, mythical, intangible," said Sachs. "A tantalizing dream, a hallucination, and the realization more marvelous than the imagination. Virgilius should be happy. He is the first man in creation that ever realized the ideal and made it his own. He has succeeded where all men fail. I sprang joyously to my feet. His words invigorated faint hope, but he hurried to me and anxiously grasped my shoulder. "You return with us, Virgilius," he said. "We cannot, nay, we dare not leave you with these strange people." "You make me mad with joy," I cried. "I love, ah, how I love, but hopelessly, hopelessly." All smiled. "Poor actor," laughed Sax. "Pretense too thin. Sounds sweet, and you want more. Hopeless? Fiddlesticks, you've won. Men always know when they're ahead. You're picked for the mate of the superb Alpha. Sheldon and Saunders bet 10-1 on it. She's been declared false to her vows and is no longer priestess of the sun. Gossips whisper of your strange influence upon the fair Centaurian. Your absence creates restlessness, distraction, and she seeks every opportunity to study you intently, absorbingly. Bah! Just an ordinary case. You discover a handsome woman, innocent, with blank mind, which you proceed to fill with foolish fantasies, and, true to her sex, wearying of myths and shadows, she welcomes stalwart, vigorous flesh and blood. It is nonsense that will provide a pleasant remembrance. It must not detain you among these people. Why, Virgilius, we cannot leave you. Heavens, boy! Think! We dare not return without you. She will forget. They all do. By George, the women over here are more unreliable than those of our world, and—" I shouted with happiness. "1,000 words could not separate me from Centauri if what you tell me is true," I cried. "I will remain, give up everything. But it is too much happiness. You exaggerate. Tonight I will know. Have you all forgotten the Vespa Prince?" A pang quivered through me. My spirits ebbed as I mentioned the name, but my friend's laughter renewed courage and vanity. With a swoop, doubts vanished. Thank heaven! I had won! Alpha Centauri was mine forever. I laughed joyously. Sheldon's sharp eyes twinkled as he twitted me of my love. "The Vespa Prince," he jeeringly remarked. "You overdo your little act. When one is beloved, there are no rivals. You know it. The superb Alpha thinks, dreams of just one man, Virgilius. The prince is the final act of comedy, unnecessary, witless. He cares not a rap for the peerless Alpha. He was sent here to work as much mischief as possible, then come home again. The king is a vindictive old cuss, thinks his son invincible, and the fair Alpha showed him scant courtesy to the old boy, and the prince is full of ginger. The people have jollied the young fellow along because he's a pretty boy. Even old Centauri said he was a fine specimen. The remarkable change noted in the wondrous Alpha since your advent has roused universal discussion, and scientists aver she is gradually degenerating to the level of primeval womanhood. Virgilius, you seem foolishly timid. This mystical woman has fascinated you. You forget women have always been your, inspiration. And you have yet to meet defeat. You have loved before, and many times as deeply as you do now. This affair is not more serious than others. Lay aside passion for one cold moment. Think, my boy, calmly, soberly. Do not be an ass. Powers above! Why don't men cultivate more thought in such emergencies? At any rate, one thing is certain. You return with us. You have to. Friends would think we'd made away with you. We're also handsomely provided for in your will. What a peck of trouble you're giving us anyhow, he snapped, suddenly grown irritable. You act like a pup. Ah, let him remain and be damned, bawled Saunders. I gesticulated impatiently, trying to speak, but Saunders, crabbed, peppery little Saunders, would hear nothing. His voice squeaked high with temper. Let him remain, I say. Don't waste time over him. We're not going yet, so let him marry this wonderful creature, and I'll warrant he'll soon be in more haste to depart than we. Say, friends, let the boy alone, laughingly cried Sax, coming to my rescue. Let him enjoy all the happiness possible out of the affair. He and I will discuss later our departure. Virgilius was always a favorite of folly. We'll talk this matter over again. Meantime, be merry. I laughed happily, not heeding the chorus of caustic remarks hurled at me from Sheldon and Saunders. Nothing at that moment could dampen my ardor. I was wild, triumphant, and even attempted repartee, always a hazardous undertaking with my witty friends. We all became unusually gay, and Sheldon roared a giddy song, which was fortunately terminated by the entrance of Mike. He served us with light wines and viands, and regaled our curiosity concerning the vast preparations going on below. We learned, though the Vespa boy had been in Center over a fortnight, Alpha Centauri's greeting would be his first official welcome. "Old Centauri returned with us last night," Sheldon told me. "The prince was notified the priestess of the sun had returned, and he wanted to accompany us back to the city, but was advised to remain and view the Otega, as possibly the queenly young woman would not give him an audience for several days. It is believed he will visit the Potolili and Octragona camps, both chiefs having, on separate occasions, been guests of old Ben Leal. But I think the young fellow will slip the dusky ones in his anxiety to inspect the female Centauri. I'm positive he'll reach the city before midnight. We're included in the feast, eh, Mike?" Mike nodded vigorously and ordered his 3 assistants to work, then tackled me. And while the ordeal of rejuvenation was taking place, I dispatched a messenger to ascertain when it would be convenient for Alpha to receive me. Her reply was verbal, brief, and disappointing as usual. Plans had been changed. The prince had not been expected to return to the city for several days, but now would arrive at any moment. I would find her in the reception rooms. Would I please hurry to her? We hustled and were soon ready to descend. Mike was disappointed with us. He thought the handsome costume of Centauri was more suitable for the occasion, but we couldn't see it. He followed us dismally. We jarred his artistic nerves. Poor fellow! End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 20. The brilliant rainbow salon was crowded. Sweet, weird Centauri music accompanied the hum of voices, and the fragrance of rare, strange blossoms filled the air. My 3 comrades mingled with the people, and I hurried down the long vista of glistening columns and lights to where Alpha Centauri stood greeting her guests. God, how marvelously beautiful the woman was! In an instant I was beside her, and tremblingly addressed her. Her great eyes flashed into mine. Her smile scattered reason. I suppose I acted idiotic. It was natural, most men would. She laughed gently, and, taking my arm, told me I was a dear, foolish boy. There was affection in her voice, love in her eyes. The worshipped ideal was deserted. She had discovered man. I was victorious. The circle surrounding us thinned. People departed with smiling faces, leaving us alone to whisper sweet nonsense. Happy? Yes. Too happy in a world of our own. She was gloriously, ideally beautiful tonight. Gorgeously garbed in a shimmering robe of chameleon tint, lavishly studded with gems. Neck, shoulders, arms were literally concealed beneath flashing orders and ornaments, while the luxuriant midnight tresses rippled the length of her form. Yet upon her head rested the little gold cap with raised border of forked gold, emblem of the sun. She still considered herself priestess of the sun, and gloried in that dull bit of gold on her head, the only woman in the wide world crowned with the flaming emblem. Yet if she wedded, she would be forced to relinquish it, and even now it was whispered she had renounced her religion. For me. Fate timed, yet threw a glamour of confidence and security over my fool's paradise, that the end would be more deadly cruel. Her hand rested lightly in mine. "Tomorrow," she whispered, "come. I must see you alone, away from everybody, all to myself. We shall arrange for the future." "Alpha," I murmured, but her attention was attracted from me and I forgot what I was going to say in the excitement that followed. Her hand slipped from mine, and she moved away, then stood erect in an attitude of expectancy. From the gardens came the sound of trumpets and cheers. Again and again, above the noise and tumult, were borne the words, "Hooray! Hooray! Long live the Vespa Prince!" The most intense excitement prevailed. The whole of Centaur seemed in an uproar. Those in the salon flocked to the vestibule and balconies, echoing the shouts from without. And through it all, Alpha remained cool, stately, the only calm, collected being in all that assemblage. Into the great hall rushed the hubbub, the air filling with crashing, deafening, joyful music. Laughter and song greeted the great man, and those collected to welcome him yelled, mad with enthusiasm. Alpha Centauri's eyes were riveted upon the main entrance. I stood close behind her, but was forgotten. A man entered, followed by a group of gay young sports. But the man, this one commanded the attention of all. Of gigantic physique, he towered above all men, fair as a god, face fresh and rosy, with close-cropped golden curls. Way was made for him, the guests forming into two obsequious lines. He strode forward, his gleaming, sultry eyes hurriedly scanning the faces of all. Then they rested upon the lovely woman at my side. He threw up his arm, and his eyes flashed wide with amazement. Then over his face spread a smile of wild delight, and he halted, marveling at her loveliness. A low exclamation made me turn. She was bending forward, hands tightly clasped, her sweet face white with emotion, and dilated eyes raised, enthralled by the burning blue orbs fixed upon her. "Soul, soul," she murmured, "soul, soul." She pressed her hand over her eyes and brow, and with the action her senses returned. With drooping eyes and lovely flushed face, she advanced to meet this man who was born a conqueror. He hastened to her and caught both her hands. She murmured something, and he sank to his knee, pressing his lips upon the hard brilliance hemming her gown. She turned slightly. He sprang to his feet, clutching her lovely bare arm, and drew her close. He whispered eagerly, passionately, and Alpha gazed at him dazed, fascinated. She realized her ideal. She had met her affinity. He led her to the forest of strange tropical plants, whose branches housed hundreds of drowsy songsters, drugged with the sweet, pungent odors from the voluptuously undulating fountain. These two will wander in this paradise of love, his arms clasped about her, whispering words of adoration, while she listens intoxicated, wildly, deliriously happy in her earthly heaven. I watched them pass down the moss-covered path, till the thick foliage of strange spices hid them from view. Then I realized. Numbed, chilled, I turned away, every thought swallowed in great physical pain. A hand of iron clutched my heart and wrung it dry as a sponge. I had a vague idea of falling, not suddenly, but gradually, easily. Of many people hurrying to me. Then Sax loomed above, and as in a dream came the words, "Courage, courage, my boy! Be a man! Help, help!" he shouted in tones that pierced my brain. Then borne to me vividly, yet as though thousands of miles away. Heavens, how the woman deceived us all! And my last flickering thought before blank was she had deceived no one, least of all myself. In the garden, full length upon the lawn, the sweet, cool air revived me, but not for an instant had I lost consciousness. My friends were about me, anxious, grave. Distinctly I heard Sax mutter, "We must get out of this and quick. Can't have the boy carrying on this way." I remained silent, rather comfortable than otherwise, dreamily wondering what the row was about. Then, like a flash, I knew, and a dull, heavy, sickening feeling gripped my whole mind. To escape the hell's torment of memory, I would have given life. Oblivion, yes, if I could never have realized. Now, God, all the little tantalizing delights, the sweet doubts vanishing in happy possession I was so sure of, all was over. Who could have foreseen such an end? The very peculiarities of this woman forbade such a finale. Instead, all would have expected this stately, high-souled, devout creature to renounce mankind, remaining true to her deity, secluded to bask forever in the warm rays of the fiery god she worshipped. Oh, if I could have remembered her always as the priestess of the sun! To have renounced the wonderful, mystical being I discovered. I mourned for the beautiful ideal, shattered by the woman. Though fashioned by a master's hand, the delicate veneer revealed the commonplace at the first test. The idealist's mist blinds all eyes. And she had done as the whole world of women have ever done, surrendered at the first flash of a pair of handsome eyes and sensitive red lips. Ah, Alpha Centauri. I mourn for the romance. Bah! I have no passion for the woman. I rolled in the cool, green moisture, moaning aloud my misery. Someone attempted sympathy. I sprang up, pushing him aside. None of that, I told them roughly. Saunders' prophecy has come true. I am anxious for departure. The sooner now the better. I left them. How could they console me for the beautiful astral thing that had passed out of my soul? I was fond of them, yes, but what a deadly disgust I felt for all things. Sheldon followed me and drew my arm within his. He said nothing, but I understood his deep sympathy, far different from that usually extended by those who cruelly select the most inopportune moment for reminder, and all through distaste to witness suffering embarrassingly, mouth stupid, meaningless warnings. My unhappiness caused Sheldon sincere pain. I held out for a second, haughty in my misery. Then my head dropped to his shoulder as a choking sob escaped me. He had led me far away from the brilliant palace, blazing lights and gay music, away from the maddening sound of laughter, far, far to the outskirts of the city. And Sheldon talked, evenly, monotonously, and vaguely I understood that in a marvelous, cool, and dispassionate manner, he was telling me the romance of his life. All men have one and live. My own grief was too vividly fresh for me to follow him entirely. But Sheldon's sorrow was caused by the knowledge that the woman he adored had never been happy. His romance was ordinary and occurred when he was very young, or it wouldn't have happened. They had been separated by lack of funds and a scheming mother, and both learned all about it when it was too late. She had made a very good wife for the wrong man, and had been in her grave these 20 years. And with a deep sigh, poor old Sheldon handed me an old-fashioned locket, and I gazed upon a girl with a round, fresh face, saucer eyes, and ringlets. He loved as I, not the woman, but the ideal, and had been true because he never possessed. He would mourn forever for this moon-faced chit, who, if she were to confront the matured Sheldon of today, would not rouse even interest. We tramped the livelong night, returning to the palace when the sky flushed red with the rising sun. Hilarity had deserted the palace. The stillness of wan fatigue reigned, and surrounding all was that stale, dissipated atmosphere, the aftermath of an orgy. The lights were still burning in the spacious salon, and the crystal floor was strewn with wilted flowers, smothering and dying in their own sickening sweet, poisonous odor. The banquet tables flickered in gorgeous disarray, their rich scarves stained with the wine that had flowed freely. The pungent odor mingled with that of stale fruit and dying flowers. I turned from it all with loathing, and Sheldon hurried me to our apartments. Sachs and Saunders groaned with indigestion in their deep sleep of wine. Our entrance did not disturb them. As though I were a child, Sheldon prepared me for rest, then hovered at my side and talked. My limbs stiffened with weariness. My brain ached and wandered. Then finally... End of section 23. Section 24 of the Centaurians. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Centaurians by Biagi. Chapter 21. Disappointment is destiny. The grim inevitable to climax every ambition and season the soul with reason. Disappointment spares this world of imbeciles. And I, for all my wealth, became a man afflicted with a grand disappointment, just a swirling atom in this planet of passion. The room was flooded with yellow sunlight. After all, it was a good, cozy old world. And why was I complaining when, for the first time in my life, I realized just what I expected only spoiled the good effect by trying to tease myself into false security? My 3 friends watched me slyly, though engaged in their usual discussion. Sheldon and Saunders had returned to their old disputes. Sachs was trying to make peace, and once more did I feel the usual inclination to sick the 2 old boys on. I joined them, and was soon drawn into the melee. Sachs expostulated, and I discovered I could still laugh. Mike's entrance ended the row. He informed me Alpha Centauri wished to see me at once. It occurred to me I was no longer at the beck and call of this woman who had killed the beautiful, the poetical in me, and I replied, I would follow shortly. Mike stared, and possibly fancied some disrespect to the superb Centaurian, and he could fancy what he damned please. We have arranged to depart in 10 days, Sachs informed me. Couldn't possibly manage it sooner. And the world can explode in that time, muttered Sheldon. But it won't, snapped Sachs. We are starting a month earlier than expected. Has it occurred to you, boys, that lacking a few months, the 7 years of absence are nearly up? I think we will just about catch the last vessel. And now that we are really going, the Centaurians want us to remain. They have warned me of all manner of dangers, and emphasize the fact that owing to volcanic origin, etc., the ice regions are constantly changing form, and that possibly we would encounter a vast frozen ocean whose waves were insurmountable ice mountains, where formerly were barren valleys and cliffs. I replied we were forced to overcome all obstacles as our return to our own country was imperative. They consider us a brave quartet. One man particularly regretted our hastened departure, as he is perfecting an instrument which would establish communication between the 2 hemispheres, and he wished to present one to me for experiment. He has promised me the plan. From descriptions, I think it is all wrong. I can improve upon it, but it would be wonderful if we could communicate with these people from our side. They want us to remain among them the worst way, however, and urged with every argument, finally declaring our people had long ago given us up, and no benefit ever came from resurrection. Nonsense, Sachs, I bawled. You're hinting to remain. If I'm obliged to go alone, I will get out of this cursed place and quick. I detest Centauri. There, he answered soothingly. I am more anxious to go than you. Merely wished to test. And your game. Guess the latest phase the Centaurians have taken regarding us. The Vespa Prince is responsible for it. Out with it, I laughed. I'm going to worry him some before I go anyway. This wise prince says we're not from any strange land. We're Vespas, Sax informed us. He declares the earth is round, ahem, and that the Vespa belt, and incidentally Centauri, comprise the whole globe. He claims that only one horn of his famous crescent is visible. The other is the foundation of the great ice regions, and extends beyond the pole. The land there is the Vespa belt. He's about as wise as some of the smarties on our side, who insist the whole world is explored when they've toured the 5 little continents. The prince thinks it's just possible we may have come from the extended horn of his little old crescent, but doubts it, and thinks it's more likely we're merely 4 clever adventurers from one of the large cities of his dominion. Now what do you think of that, Salucci? 4 adventurous hornets, roared Sheldon. Hornets, by George, echoed Saunders. I was astonished, but joined in the yells that followed an inelegant remark from Sheldon, who rarely missed an opportunity, and Saunders helped him out with the same kind of thing. I took my turn, and the buffooned Vespa Prince was guyed unmercifully. The 4 strayed hornets were making an awful din when Mike marched in, silencing us with his gravity and dignity. He disapproved of our boisterousness, and came to remind me I must see Alpha Centauri. Sheldon had his fling at him also, and Saunders gave his snicker that exasperated all who heard it, and caused Sax to raise his hands as though the fun had gone far enough. I shall have to see her, I murmured nervously. She sent for me over an hour ago. It will have to take place. It might as well be now. Not much, cried Sheldon. I would avoid it. What do you suppose she has to say? I bet 10 to 1, boys, I have the whole interview in a nutshell. Sally, reproachful. The left man always is. I wonder why. And she will whine and simper and regret and want him to hang around to see how happy she can be with the other fellow. Same old affair, same old woman, no scarcity of 'em. What did he come over here for? Sax glanced sternly and hushed him up. Go, my boy, he told me, but cut it short. Make it the last time. End everything now. Don't permit her to play with you further. She did not play with me, I interrupted. As far as she is concerned, everything was... All right, he hurriedly replied. Then you played with her, which is the same thing. Be firm. Make it the last meeting. Sax, you don't understand, I explained. When I joined the expedition, it was to seek a madly adored ideal. I found a woman, and still seek. The ideal has no rival. I am true, faithful to my creation. Alpha Centauri never was divine. Her beauty pales before the gorgeousness of my ideal. The lovelorn Virgilius is dead. It is the same old Salucci itching for a new sensation. I followed Mike. He regarded me curiously. Alpha Centauri is grieved at your delay, he remarked. I shrugged my shoulders, astonished at my indifference, but sighed deeply as I saluted the exquisite creature reclining upon a skin-covered couch with a background of huge white blossoms, whose heavy fragrance consumed the air. She arose, watching me doubtfully, hesitatingly. I hurried to her and caught her hands tightly. The witchery of her eyes was upon me. Alpha, I murmured. Yes, she replied. I know. Ah, if it had only been Virgilius. I dropped her hands. Do not reproach me, she pleaded. I love as you have taught me. I've learned the lesson well. The image claims me in the form of the Vespa Prince. Benliel, Benliel, brings immortality. I am for eternity the Alpha who united the white races. In less than a century, the Vespa race is extinct, mentioned as history, submerged by the powerful Centaurs. Fate mocks, linking me to a people whom formerly I ridiculed, scorned, yet I would not have it otherwise. I adore my prince. Love brought immortality, yet I would renounce both if once again I could be the Alpha of soul. I existed in a divine atmosphere, gazed upon with awe. I basked joyously in the glorious golden light of my spiritual grandeur. Priestess of the sun has passed away forever. Immortality is the reward for undying regret. Virgilius, you have made me a woman, given me a conscience, a heart throbbing with exquisite passion. But in creating me, you neglected fate, yet you gave me life, and I am yours. I stared at her. This marvelous woman, in her folly, defied even fate. Then I knelt before Alpha Centauri in reverence of her grand, almost divine nature. I would be a monster to permit the sacrifice, I murmured. Do not mar the perfection of my creation. Be happy, joyous, bright as the golden rays of the god you worship. May you exist always in the brilliant dream of the present. In 10 days I leave Centauri forever. She drew in her breath sharply, then clung to me alarmed. We can never part, she whispered. Virgilius, I have been blind. I did not question her nearsightedness, but gazed rapturously into the sorrowful eyes, then passionately kissed her lips. But I knew. God, I knew. She spoke without reason that was in the keeping of the Vespa prince. But her love glances made me reckless. The moment absorbed me. I forgot Sax, everybody, and had but one thought: possession. I crushed her to me, ranting madly in my passion. The sweet eyes drooped, and the lovely face flushed beneath my ardor. Suddenly she stood erect, as though listening. Then with a startled exclamation sprang from me. In that instant the whole universe seemed to come between us. Then I perceived Mike's ugly head thrust between the hangings at the entrance. Mike, unruffled, seeing all with sightless eyes. Before he could speak, a powerful white hand clutched and pushed him aside, and the Vespa prince strode into the room. He gave me a sharp, scrutinizing glance, then hurried to Alpha. And I, looking at him in the full light of day, marveled at his godlike strength and beauty. He was the substance, I the shadow. Physically, mentally, he was a force beyond me. Though I loved her deeply, my ardor was mild compared with his amorous adoration. He loved her, yes, with a mad, crazy desire that destroyed all barriers. And she? Her eyes beamed upon him with wonder and delight. It was joy to her just to have him near her. He clasped her firm, white arm and bent close, whispering eagerly, then led her to the far end of the room. She was completely under his control, and he exulted in his power. He was wildly enamored, but he was master. I had been her slave. She pitied, regretted me. But the Vespa prince was all the world to her. Absorbed in one another, they had completely forgotten me, and silently I departed. Heavy gloom had apparently settled upon my 3 friends, but they brightened considerably at my return, especially when perceiving my calmness, and I accompanied them to view the instrument that was to speed us over the pole again. During the final days we were lavishly feted. The Centaurians presented all manner of flattering inducements, and noted orators from all parts of the land came, argued, vainly tempting us to remain among them. They warned us that we had become acclimated, and like the Centaurians would perish when reaching a certain latitude. But we couldn't see it, and I was the most anxious to depart. I thought of my 3 guardians, Middleton and Co., of the scepter-like power my wealth influenced, by eminence in my own world, and maybe it was not altogether my wealth beauty desired. My life had been marred. Cynicism, the brilliant, cruel blossom of gold, had blinded me from the cradle to the purity of nature. The ideal never possessed, still charmed. Far above the earthly she lured, ever fair and true, unattainable. Alpha Centauri realized the image of my brain, but the living, tangible woman dispelled the charm, and I awoke with a shock, yet rapturous that the ideal still existed. And I knew once out of this cursed country, away from the strangely fascinating woman who bore its name, that even regret would cease, and again would I be the free, careless Salucci, fleeing from one idea to another, fickle but comfortable. Centauri and I never met again in private. She always had a fond, regretful glance and lingering hand pressure. But she did not seek to see me alone, and I did not ask her. We had parted with a sweet embrace, and I would leave her happy with her prince and immortality. The day finally arrived. At noon we sailed forever from this strange, glorious land. Already Centauri and its people seemed of the past, and would soon become faint, formless, in the soothing haze of memory. Sax lost trace of me in the pleasures offered by those interested to his craft. Sheldon had been mobbed and captured by the geographical societies, and Saunders had been at the observatory for 3 days past. I was the guest of a fashionable coterie of gay, idle young dandies, who made my last week in their freakish but beautiful world one of revelry. They were to be my escort in the farewell march to the ship, and as midday approached, clustered about me eagerly, intent, apparently, that I should not have an instant for reflection. They flattered, cajoled, and with delicate innuendo made me aware of my immense popularity. Incidentally, I discovered that I was the last of the quartet to remain in the palace, and casually my attention was directed to the great mass of people who, since daybreak, had been swarming into the gardens and streets surrounding the palace, and who now sweltered and jostled impatiently in the intense noon heat. I spied my 2 old literary friends forcing their way through the crowd, and eagerly beckoned, while my gay companions boisterously hailed them. They responded by immediately disappearing beneath the flame-glinting portico, and elbowed their way to my side. Both gentlemen bubbled with fun and witticism, and I learned that my meteor-like visit had been mystically impressive. Also that I was too light for tragedy, too deep for comedy. My forte lay in the enjoyment I could take in both. I was advised to never again attempt any character except myself, and both in chorus implored me to cut out romance altogether. Of course, I joined in the laughter, though hazy to the joke, and while raking my brains for an apt retort, was unconscious of the mischief brewing. I was suddenly seized and hoisted high. In spite of my protests, I was rushed to the vestibule and dumped into a throne of foliage and rainbow blossoms, then borne aloft upon the shoulders of these rascally exquisites of Centaur, began a merry, triumphant march to the ship. People cheered me wildly all along the route, and I yelled myself hoarse, while ladies pelted me with blossoms, and though I flashed bold glances right and left, my mind suddenly shifted from the gay, noisy scene, and I glanced despairingly in the direction of the palace sparkling in the noon sun. Alpha Centauri had not said farewell. Centauri. Centauri. The name rattled through my brain. I turned sick with longing, myth or woman. I craved to see her again. And so befogged my senses became between sweet, forlorn memories, and the tumult around me that as the sudden ear-splitting shriek of a whistle pierced the air, I jumped and nearly fell from my toppling floral throne. Pandemonium reigned as Sax's great machine speeded into view, and he beamed and shouted, waving his cap at the cheering mob, while Sheldon and Saunders stood upon the platform, yelling like Apaches. The engine slackened as it neared the ship, then rushed up the bridge, running the full length of the deck. My 3 comrades appeared suspiciously flustered and anxious as I boarded the ship, and busied constantly about me till we cut from the steel shell and floated upward. Foolish trio. Friends pressed around us, and many were the long hand clasps and good wishes huskily expressed. I was thankful when the bell of warning sounded, and all hurriedly departed. Then, amid wild cheers, the ship slowly rose. The loud whirring, flapping of sail wings almost drowned the good luck called up to us. Higher and still higher we floated. The vast throng below massed and wavered. I leaned dangerously over the railing, yelling, frantically signaling to the people who could no longer see or hear me. Then the ship shifted to a slanting course, darting meteor-like over the deep blue bay of Centaur. Rich, fertile valleys, undulating mountains, thread-like silvery streams flashed, then faded in the blue speed mist as a fabulous poppy scene. And far in the distance, glimmering mystically through the heliotrope pall that shielded her, was the phantom city of Centaur, the white city of delicate fairy spires and domes, and tall, fantastic, glinting sun temples. Beautiful Centaur. The ship soared higher, piercing the swiftly driven wind clouds which enveloped us in a fleecy mist, obscuring forever the marvelous dreamland. A burning flood scorched my eyes. A sickening regret raked my heart. After all, it was a fair, smiling, wondrous country, the Centaurians' friends. God in heaven, if I dared, I would return at once. But Centauri had vanished for all time, and my only consolation was to sigh miserably, though cursing my weakness, and gaze distractedly in the direction of the evanescent city. And this unhappiness, love-sickness, self-pity so engrossed me that I did not hear the soft, stealthy footsteps approaching. My arm was gently clasped. A form leaned lovingly against me, while a low, tremulous voice murmured my name. Startled, incredulous, I turned quickly and met the glorious, fascinating eyes of Alpha Centauri. "You did not forget!" I cried in delight. "I can never forget, Virgilius," she whispered, twining her arm in mine. "I shall accompany you as far north as it is deemed safe." Determined to see the last of us, she had boarded the ship at dawn, long before the crowd collected. The Vespa Prince was aboard also, but clever old Centauri kept that prince in tow, never letting him out of his sight, and for 6 whole days I had Alpha entirely to myself. She was fond of me, very, but she had killed the ideal. The passionate adoration that had caused me such misery was dead. Still, she was the one woman in all the world I had ever really loved, and fickle, light I may be, I could never forget her. I thought my heart would break when parting, and to me it seemed a criminal fate that ordained our lives should be separated. But later I realized it was all for the best. The exalted passion she inspired had vanished, and only exultation could make love a delight to me. For Sheldon's benefit, we took the route north over the Oxtas, so he could view the magnificent ruins of his great body of fresh water. The Otago was still in eruption. The earth around had dissolved like wax, and half the range was leveled with the country. Miles were buried beneath ashes and lava. 75 miles farther north, we came upon the encampment of the Octrogonus and the Podalilies. The ship lowered, and we spent several hours with the two tribes, who were still at war, and still hoped to extinguish each other. Podalili's beautiful daughter was still a prisoner, though Octrogona had wedded her, and Podalili had lost the wife whom Octrogona had claimed as his sister. The Octrogonas openly declared she had been murdered, and the bitter feud waged savagely. Podalili fiercely declared he would extinguish his opponents. He ordered all prisoners slaughtered like cattle. Alpha shuddered. Podalili laughed cynically as he watched her, and said the world would become a moon before the supreme passion, hate, became extinct. Both tribes loaded us with gifts, and each were sincere in wishing us luck. Podalili declared his race would in time travel beyond the pole and join our people. We bade the warring chiefs farewell. Even the savages of this country had become dear to us. As the atmosphere cleared, rarefied to penetrating distinctness, we could see hundreds of miles ahead. Centauri had passed from us forever. We were up in the snow regions, and far in the distance, like a gigantic shadow resting upon the vast whiteness, was the fearful, barren regions of the pole, tipped by the violet, elusive ice mountains that had led many an explorer to his death. The Centaurians traveling with us suffered intensely from the cold, and had become strangely silent and sad. All dreaded the finale. Alpha's vivaciousness was gone. The sweet face paled before the biting blast of the north. The glorious eyes clouded and drooped with weariness, yet watched my every movement with intense wistfulness. Our last parting was near. The ship gradually sailed nearer the earth. Then a few miles farther north, the order was given to lower. The hour I dreaded had arrived. Alpha, breathing with difficulty, tremblingly clung to my arm. I caressed and tried to soothe her. Sachs, Sheldon, and Saunders entered the propellier. The Centaurians collected around the machine in sorrowful farewell. The ship softly plowed the snow. The bridge was lowered, and we cheered as Sachs put the machine in motion and dashed out into the great white desert. I strode forward with Alpha clinging to me. Suddenly she flung her arms around me and laid her cheek against mine. "Let them go," she murmured. "You must remain. Virgilius, we cannot part. Ah, do not leave me." "Why should he remain?" demanded a voice close beside us. Alpha gasped, but continued to cling to me, and startled we turned to find the Vespa Prince glaring at us with jealous eyes. Beautiful Centauri laughed hysterically, pressing her hands over her eyes as though bewildered. Then she clung to my shoulder, murmuring, "Remain. Do not heed him." "Remain for what?" I whispered, caressing her hair. "For love," she murmured. "For love. It is not too late." The prince moved restlessly. "Be patient," I muttered. "You will have her always. I paved the way." "Nonsense," he retorted. "I could have taught her. So could any man who had the courage. She is not a saint, just a sweet, warm-hearted woman who grieves at your departure because you came near being mated. Alpha," he continued, roughly taking her from me. "Look up. Be brave. Make your choice. There is yet time." If it is Virgilius, I return to the belt, content that you are happy. If I am the one, say farewell, and let Virgilius depart in peace." She shook her head, then slowly raised her eyes to his compelling glance. He drew her to him. She sighed wearily, and her head sank to his breast. He held out his hand and gripped mine in a parting shake. Without a word, I turned and ran off the ship, which floated upward ere my feet scarcely touched the snow. Centauri leaned dangerously over the railing. Her long black hair floated on the icy breeze, but she was clasped securely in the arms of the Vespa Prince. "Virgilius! Virgilius!" she called, stretching out her arms. "Come back! Ah, Virgilius, come back to me!" Higher rose the ship. "Virgilius!" The name wafted from the clouds. I scarce could see the lovely face. Then something fell. A bright yellow object softly plowed the snow, and my control deserted me as I raised the shining thing. It was the little golden cap she had always worn to keep secret the charm that none but she could see. A huge yellow stone that flashed fire. Alpha Centauri gave up her religion when I passed from her life. To me she had given the sacred emblem of the sun. She and the ship had sailed swiftly away forever, and in despair I shrieked and ran, hoping, hopeless, if further there might be some trace in the sky. Nothing. All gloom and terrifying stillness. The one woman in all the world that I loved was sailing far above the clouds, consoled in the arms of her affinity. This was fate. And all that remained of this wonderful creature was a sweet remembrance and the little emblemic cap with its hidden treasure that only a Centauri dare possess. Centauri, Centauri, my beautiful. The end. End of section 24. End of the Centaurians by Biagi.